Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Department of Energy Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations Carbon Management Industry Day. We're thrilled that so many stakeholders from the carbon management industry have joined us for today's event supporting commercialization of these incredibly important technologies. My name is Beth Weed. I'm the Stakeholder Engagement Lead for OCED's Direct Air Capture Hubs program. I am joined at today's event by many of my OCED colleagues, including representatives from our leadership, engagement, and project management divisions, as well as many of our colleagues at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, or FECM. First, a few housekeeping items. The restrooms are located behind the registration table, and when it's time for lunch, lunch will be served outside, and then we'll eat in here to continue the networking. As a disclaimer, only publicly available information provided in the OCED Notices of Intent will be discussed at today's meeting. Attending Industry Day and watching the recordings are completely voluntary and will not impact an applicant's selection. Industry Day is also not a rule or regulation, so if there are any inconsistencies between the Notices of Intent and the statements made today, the NOIs are the controlling documents. Today's sessions will be recorded, and the recordings and slides will be posted on the OCED website. There's also a QR code on your table that will link to the agenda and all of the slides and recordings. Please note that we may not be able to answer all of your questions today. The forthcoming notices of funding opportunities, or NOFOs, will have significantly more information and detail about each program. Along with the NOFOs, OCED will have a formal public written Q&A process through the Exchange platform to address any additional questions. A quick overview of what to expect today. First, we'll hear from a few members of OCED's leadership team, and then we'll dive into each of the notices of intent presented by representatives from OCED's portfolio strategy team and FECM. We'll talk a little bit about community benefits and engagement, and then wrapping up the morning, we'll hear from a panel of different engineering, procurement, and construction firms about their perspective on FEED studies. We'll then have lunch, and after lunch, we'll have two breakout sessions. One is focused on the National Environmental Policy Act, and the other looks at the different types of analysis expectations for OCED projects. We'll then have a panel discussion with representatives from our previously awarded OCED projects to discuss their approach to teaming and partnerships, which is why many of you are probably here today. And then our last session will be a panel on project financing, moderated by Martine Perez, OCED's Carbon Management Director, with panelists from both the private sector as well as DOE's Loan Programs Office. And finally, we'll close out with some reflections from Brian Mahar, OCED's Deputy Director of Engagement. It's definitely a packed day, and we've made sure to leave plenty of time to network. Today's a day to learn, connect, and lay the foundation for teaming and partnerships. We're so happy to have you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kelly Cummins, OCED's Acting Director, to lead off our morning session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. What a great turnout. I'm excited to be here. And thanks to Beth Weed from our engagement office. She has had a huge role in organizing this event today. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Kelly Cummins. I'm the Acting Director of the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations in the Department of Energy. And what we're trying to do in the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations is to deliver clean energy projects, both demonstrations and pilots, that help accelerate the deployment of clean energy technologies. We have about $25 billion in federal funding that was provided through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and we're focused on many different technologies, including advanced nuclear, energy storage, clean hydrogen, and what we're here to talk about today, which is our carbon management portfolio, both point source carbon capture and direct air capture. And what we're really trying to do with these projects is to buy down the risks associated with first-of-a-kind projects so that we can scale up deployment. So buying down those risks that investors care about so we can get non-federal funding crowding into these projects so we can get to wider scale adoption. And we believe that this federal funding creates tremendous opportunities to deliver clean energy benefits, not just to communities, but to Americans across the United States. And look, we know that the federal funding that we have is a drop in the bucket. We're very appreciative for it, but we realize that to get to our net zero goals by 2050, it's going to require approximately $10 trillion in incremental capital investment. So how do we make the federal funding that we have the most catalytic as possible? And that is part of the reason why we convened this meeting today, this first Carbon Management Industry Day that we're hosting for the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. We've got more than 250 people here, and you guys are representing all different sectors. We've got technology developers, we have folks from the transportation and storage industry, we have the investment community, we have industrial emitters looking for solutions. And what we really hope you get out of this today is the chance to talk, to mingle. What we want are the most impactful projects, and we think that convening you all here today will help us get those most impactful projects. So just a little bit about our two programs, the Point Source program and the Direct Air Capture program. The Point Source program that we have has basically two different aspects to it. The first is the Pilots program, and then the second is the Demonstrations program. So the pilot program is for a little bit earlier stage technology. In our first round, we selected 4 pilot projects, one at a coal facility, one at a natural gas facility, and 2 at industrial facilities. And what we're trying to do is demonstrate novel technologies that can really advance the state of the carbon capture industry. We're excited about those 4 that are underway, and they represent more than 500,000 metric tons that could be captured each year. For our demonstrations project, that is, those are projects that are a little bit further along in the technology readiness. So far, we've selected 3 projects, 2 at natural gas facilities, combined cycle, 1 in Texas and 1 in California. And then we have also selected and awarded a project in North Dakota, which is the first CCUS project at a coal facility using saline storage. So we're very excited about those 3 demonstration projects, and that's about 8 million metric tons of carbon capture per year when those are up and operating. And then the second program is our direct air capture program. We're working in close collaboration with our partners in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management on this. I think many of you know the statute says that we need to get to 4 direct air capture hubs with the ability to capture about 1 million metric tons from the atmosphere each year. We are on our way. We already have 2 projects awarded, the 1.5 project in Texas, working with OCED and Carbon Engineering. We also have our second project, Project Cypress in Louisiana, with the prime of Battelle, but that includes our technology partners, Climeworks and Heirloom. So we're very excited about that current portfolio, but what I imagine you all are here and most interested in is the next rounds of funding. So a little bit about that. In September, we issued a notice of intent for $1.8 billion for 3 topic areas for direct air capture. We followed that up recently with a notice of intent for $1.3 billion for our carbon capture program, which includes both pilots and demonstrations. And with these 2 announcements, we're really seeing develop a compelling vision for how we can further carbon management in the United States, bringing benefits to communities, bringing good paying American jobs, and tackling some of the highest emitting, hardest to abate issues that we're facing. Climate isn't waiting on us. I'm sure you've seen, the most recent news as of this week with everyone convening in Baku. And we want to move as quickly as possible. So for all of the prior rounds of funding that we have issued for our carbon management work for OCED, all of those are already under award and moving out. We do feel the need for speed. That being said, we have specific milestones, how we're structuring these agreements so that we can make sure that all of those milestones are being met as we proceed. And so with that, I will ask Todd Schrader, who is our Director of Project Management, to come up and talk a little bit more about those milestones. But before I do that, I wanted everyone who is from the Office of Clean Energy Demonstration and the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management to stand up, to raise their hands so that you can see who is here, who you can ask questions of throughout the day. So please stand up, wave your hands. There's a lot of us here today. I know you have a lot of questions. We're here to answer those and to hopefully get the most impactful projects when the applications come in. So thank you very much. I hope you have a very productive day.
Thank you, Kelly, for kicking us off. Again, I'm Todd Schrader, the Principal Director for Project Management. So have the great task of trying to drive all these negotiations oversight, which also means a lot of lost nights of sleep getting through all that process. But, you know, one of the things we often talk about in these projects is most of them tend to be some version of a cooperative agreement. There are some other tools we use. To me, the first word is important, cooperative. We are picking projects we want to move forward. And so we want to work with the industry, we want to work with our partners to drive that. So what are things what do you expect to see? What's coming up? Obviously, notices of intent tend to be the first step out to indicate what the government's thinking going forward. There will then be the actual funding opportunity. In this case, NOFO is a term you often hear, Notice of Funding Opportunity. Sometimes you'll hear the term FOA. That's the old term. We still can't break ourselves to saying that, but the regulations changed it going forward. So you apply to it. Oftentimes we'll use a concept paper or sort of a pre-screening to frankly focus people down and let people know where they sort of initially stand in the process going forward. After that, there's the actual application process. Going forward, I would encourage you, please read the NOFO, be very aware of the dates. We do stick to those very strongly going forward. Once the applications are reviewed or submitted, they go through a compliance review, make sure they're actually in compliance with the law and compliance with the NOFO itself, and then they are subjected to a very rigorous review process. We use experts from outside of industry, inside of DOE, sometimes our national labs, et cetera. And in fact, we're often looking for reviewers. And I can't have a conflict of interest, but there are, if you're interested in helping review, we do have some websites that you can submit your name into those. And I think you actually get paid a little bit of an honorarium too, going forward. So once you're selected, it does take a little bit of time to get through the process of selection. You're selected for negotiations. You're not selected for award. Once it's announced publicly, we work with the companies to ensure we're on the same page for announcements and things like that. You enter negotiations. Negotiations we're getting better at. They're getting faster, mostly because we've sort of done it a few times and we have some standard documentation out there. On our website right now are the standard terms and conditions, and that's 60 some odd terms and conditions that just sort of structure our legal arrangement with between the government and the companies themselves. I encourage you to look at those. I will say changing those, very high bar. We've worked hard to get them there, and they're in pretty good shape, and we do intend to mostly stick to them. But some of those areas in there, you'll see the terms and conditions associated with program income or property disposition. These are areas that are of great interest, and so it gets you a ability to see what the thinking is on that going forward. Some other parts of the award package itself, there's often some type of sort of general cover page, if you will, talking about the objective of the project, the vision of the project. There's award-specific terms and conditions, and these are more specialized for it. And in those, you would have the deliverables and the go, no-go criteria, what we use to move forward. Now, Kelly mentioned milestones. What we tend to use is a gating or lifting conditions or gating conditions to tranche the money out. We do not put all the money out at first. You have to meet certain criteria to go through a go, no-go decision or a lifting condition, we'll call it, to free up more money going forward. We're constantly thinking about this, what's the most efficient way to do it, and frankly, it's a negotiation. Generally speaking, we look at projects to move through 4 phases. Project sort of scoping, design of the project, picking sites, that type thing, project development, followed by design work, permitting, et cetera, construction, and operations. We would like to stay in operations for 3 or 4 years to get what we can as far as data that would help and lift off of the industry itself. Again, those 4 phases tend to be what we look at. The money tranched out, the vast majority of money gets tranched out at construction phase because that would be when the burn rates are highest for the projects themselves. One piece I will definitely encourage you to listen to later today. I believe Kristen Kerwin's talking about NEPA. NEPA can take time, and it is a federal regulation, and we have to follow it. Ultimately, the government is the decision maker when it comes to the level of NEPA, but factor in that into your schedules as you're developing them going forward. Finally, if you're in oversight, again, cooperative agreement. We want these projects to succeed. We're trying to design our deliverables and the information requests to be what we need, but no more than what we need. I have a saying, I talk all the time with our staff, don't collect information we're not going to use. It's time consuming, it's expensive, and ultimately it distracts us from what we need to look at. Finally, there are some tools out there, some for LCA analysis, GREET, and some others that are out there now. I always encourage looking at those ahead of time. And the last thing I'll say, communicate. Again, we're in this together. Just communicate back and forth with the people assigned to you. And we want these projects to succeed, and we look forward to successful projects. So I think you have a good session today, and hope everyone has a good day. So I'll turn it back over to Beth.
Great. Thank you, Todd and Kelly. Next up, we're going to have Dan Yawitz, who is the portfolio strategist for the DAC program at OCED. And then he'll be joined by Rory Jacobson from FECM in a little bit.
Good morning, everybody. Great you all could make it. I'm Dan Yawitz. Like Beth said, I'm the strategy lead in OCED for carbon removal, which obviously includes direct air capture. So I'm going to spend some time this morning, very briefly, if we could go to the next slide, walking through the foundation for the program, which is oh, great. Which one do I hit here? Great. I like to have control here. This is good. Okay. I'm going to spend a few minutes just very quickly, because I know we're all probably very familiar with it, talking about the legislative foundations for the program, what we've done to date, and then as quickly as possible get into the plan for the new program, which is, as Kelly alluded to, probably why many of you are here. Okay, just a snapshot of some of the language from the bipartisan infrastructure law. I know many of us probably have this framed in our offices or in our homes and know it very well, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Essentially, the bipartisan infrastructure law authorized and appropriated $3.5 billion to build 4 regional direct air capture hubs. Those hubs are very flexibly defined in terms of the components that can be part of them. It could involve carbon utilization or storage or both, transportation, balance of plant, and obviously the DAC technologies themselves. The vision for each of the 4 hubs is that they have the capacity to eventually capture 1 million tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere annually. And then there are other various parameters as we're selecting projects to look for ways that we can put them in priority regions and have other elements that'll just lead to diversity and success in the program. The first FOA, when they were called FOAs, offered 3 different topic areas in the first round. It offered up to $1.4 billion for these 3 topic areas, and these are really 3 different maturity levels of projects, I would say. The first topic area is feasibility studies, so these are projects that had an idea and a concept and an early team, but are getting funding to develop that further. Topic area 2, slightly more advanced projects that had a site and a plan and a technology and were ready to do a FEED study. And then topic area 3 are the projects that are even further along and really ready to go into permitting and pre-construction project development. This is the map of where those projects are sited. I think there were a total of 21, if I'm not mistaken, projects selected out of the first FOA. 2 of them are the ones that Kelly mentioned earlier, the South Texas DAC Hub and Project Cypress, and the others are the various FEED studies and earlier feasibility studies. And we were, I'll just say, really thrilled to just see how the DAC industry and other partners really showed up to meet this opportunity. I mean, it's such an, there's geographic diversity here, there's technological diversity, there's the diversity we wanted to see in terms of the partnerships and business models and so on. So, you know, this could not have been a better start to the program in our view. And as we'll get into next, really what we have done over the last year and a half is try to think about the best ways that we can, you know, provide the next stages of acceleration for these projects and for the other private projects that have been advancing in parallel. Okay, now on to the notice of intent. Before I get into it, I do want to just reiterate the caveat. This is just a notice of intent. The fine print is there for a reason, which is setting the expectations that some of this can and may change when the eventual NOFO comes out. The analogy I like to use is that the notice of intent really is just the trailer and the NOFO is the movie. So there's a lot more in the movie than is in the trailer. You do unfortunately have to wait for the movie to come out to see what happens in the movie. But rest assured we're working on it as fast as we can. But there will be some things that could change here. And so I would just really encourage everybody to view this as preliminary and that you will get all the answers to your questions when the NOFO comes out. Okay, the notice of intent that we released the 3rd week of September lays out the vision for really the remainder of the DAC Hub's available funds for new programs, up to $1.8 billion. And it allocates it across 3 topic areas. You'll notice there are some ranges across those topic areas. That is to provide some flexibility across what we envision to be future offerings, probably annual recurring openings as funding remains available across these topic areas, and to give us and the industry the flexibility to allocate funding to the most impactful projects. I'm going to start on the right side here because that's where the biggest dollar amount is. Topic area 3 are large-scale commercial DAC facilities. This is the topic area that's probably the closest to the TA3 from the first FOA, in that this is where the bulk of the funding is going. This is intended to fund large-scale facilities. I'll just make a comment about the kind of terminology difference here. The first FOA's topic area 3 and other topic areas really envisioned hubs as unified projects that would come to DOE in a single application. Perhaps with one, perhaps with multiple technologies. We still welcome those unified projects, and indeed many of them are in the current portfolio from the first FOA. So unified projects still very welcome, but one of the things we've learned is that having the freedom, both on the project developer and applicant side and on DOE side, to not only look for unified hub projects, but find independent, we call them large-scale facilities that can either establish a new hub or contribute to the expansion of an existing hub, would be an important degree of freedom for the program and sort of really met the industry where it was. So that's why we call them large-scale commercial DAC facilities instead of just hubs. It's a little bit more of a mouthful, but that's the rationale. In the middle, we have mid-scale commercial DAC facilities. Also doesn't roll off the tongue super easily, but hopefully you all can get used to these acronyms here, MSC. This and the one I'll get to on the left both really derive in a lot of ways from the request for information that we did back in February and in the spring. And thank you to all of you, many of you responded to that RFI, where we sought to understand the role of the commercial DAC scale below what we'll just call hub scale. And the RFI I'm not going to use the slides to go into the details, but we got great responses from the RFI, and it really did confirm our sense that that mid-scale is a critical scaling step to get to large or hub scale. And so we really incorporated that into the program. You know, by comparison, it's nothing close to the majority of the funding, but we think this amount of funding could really be catalytic for not just, of course, getting these mid-scale facilities built, but de-risking and accelerating the progress towards the next facility, the next larger scale or hub scale facility. So topic area 2 are these mid-scale DAC facilities, and then topic area 1 are infrastructure scaling platforms designed really to be a place where a mid-scale or other early commercial DAC facility can go to site and build and operate its first commercial DAC facility without needing to go through many of the steps to find the site, negotiate access to clean power and carbon offtake and so on. So we'll get into the details of each of these on the next slide. TA3 large-scale facilities, these are envisioned as facilities with a capture capacity of at least 25,000 tons per year. We will, you can of course propose bigger, and that's great. We will want to see also a vision for how this technology could be deployed at 10x, not necessarily in the project, but just, we all know that, whether it's 25,000 tons a year or even 1 million tons a year, we're still, a few orders of magnitude away from real climate relevant scale. So we do want to see how you plan to take this even further beyond your large scale facility. We will be, as with the first FOA, requiring robust life cycle analysis and MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification. I know a key question for folks is the readiness requirements. For TA3, we will be asking for what we call reference facility data, which is we want to see you operating a smaller commercial facility. This should not really be your first commercial facility, but we're envisioning this as a scale up of an existing technology that's already TRL7 and already commercial. As far as the scaling requirements, it can be no larger than 25 times the nameplate capacity, capture capacity. And probably obvious, but when we say commercial, we mean it's not a catch and release endeavor, so the carbon will need to be utilized or stored. Similar kind of structure here to the last slide for topic area 2. We're looking at perhaps the first commercial application of a DAC technology, at least at this scale. The scale for the mid-scale topic area is between 2,000 and 25,000 tons per year. We here will want to see your plans beyond this project to get to 100,000 tons, which really puts you squarely into the range of the large-scale facilities. So we're looking to not just fund mid-scale facilities that don't go beyond mid-scale, but mid-scale facilities, as I mentioned, that really can credibly accelerate towards large-scale and the goals of the 4 megaton hubs. Again, robust life cycle analysis and MRV. The reference facility data here, 1,000 hours from your facility that should be no less than TRL6. The scaling factor is the same at 1/25. So just to do the math there on the low end, if you were to be proposing the 2,000 ton minimum, you would need an 80 ton per year facility operating at TRL6. And again, not a catch and release, but something with carbon offtake. I should say, we started adopting the term offtake in some contexts not to mean the sale of carbon credits. I know it's used that way sometimes. It's easier for us sometimes to refer to offtake to mean the management of the CO2 once it's been captured, whether that's going into some utilization or storage application. Topic area 1, this is a new concept. And it really does, in a lot of ways, derive from what we learned through the RFI that I mentioned around mid-scale, which helped us understand and confirm that the barriers to commercial DAC generally, and particularly acutely at this first commercial deployment, are they are technology development challenges, but they are also largely not technology development challenges. They're project development challenges related to finding a good site, getting access to clean energy, and getting access to a carbon offtake channel, whether that's utilization or storage, particularly when you're at that single kiloton or 10, 20,000 ton per year capture. Those are potentially deal-killing, project-killing challenges. And so this topic area 1 is meant to incentivize someone who is already ideally developing one or two or both of those key elements, the energy input or the carbon offtake infrastructure, and to say, hey, is there room for some smaller or mid-scale commercial DAC companies to set up shop in some sort of business relationship? I kind of informally think of this almost like as if there was a co-working space for your first commercial DAC facility. When you go to a co-working space, you want there to be internet and you want coffee, and you can just drop in and get to business. That is what we were looking for here with this TA1, and we envision a lot of potential profiles of existing projects that may not necessarily be in the DAC universe, but they may be, that could be candidates for this topic area. This slide is meant to really summarize what has changed between the first and the second FOA. I like this a lot because it does really surface, I think, a lot of what we have tried to do at the margins to make the new program really adapt and be responsive, we hope, to the challenges and opportunities that we've seen over the last few years, really having seen how our existing portfolio has developed and how the industry more broadly has developed. So I'll go quickly through these line by line. The first FOA is the yellow column on the left, and the new program, which we creatively titled Recurring Program, is on the right. All the creativity went into the program, not the name, as you can tell. So the first thing to highlight here is that we did, in offering the remaining amount of the funding, we wanted to anticipate that there may not necessarily be projects ready to catch all of it in the first round. So we're anticipating recurring openings, probably annually, as funding is available. So there's this sort of time flexibility element to the program going forward, hence the recurring. We also put, fairly wide funding ranges, as you saw on that earlier slide, so that, in any given round and through subsequent rounds, we can really put the money into the topic areas where we see the most impact. In the second line here, we have modestly lowered for the large-scale facilities or the hub-scale facilities. The first FOA required that the facilities contemplated must be at least 50,000 tons. We've modestly lowered that to 25,000 tons, which we think could have a big impact for some projects that are in that range. As I mentioned earlier, we really envisioned unified hub projects exclusively in the first FOA, and so while we still welcome those unified projects, we also will have the ability to select independent large-scale facilities in a region, and we think that's a big, important degree of freedom. Readiness requirements, the first FOA had a 10x maximum scale. I know this was a point that was somewhat buried in the details, but to enter the construction phase in the first FOA, there is a 10x maximum scale up from whatever your prior facility was. We broaden that to 25x, and we're also sort of pairing that in a two-pronged approach with what we'll call a qualitative readiness assessment. I think we know that DAC technologies are all very different. There does need to be some just quantitative scaling cutoff, but we want to also, in widening that, we want to be able to then look at each DAC technology, because many of them are so different, and the risks they pose from scale up can be quite different depending on the type of technology. So we'll do what we'll call a qualitative readiness assessment as well. I won't dwell on the next two because we've talked about them already, but the addition of the mid-scale direct air capture topic area and the infrastructure platforms are new features. And then this is more of a process thing. Todd mentioned this, but we have added a step that we've used in other OCED programs and found very valuable, which is rather than going straight to the full applications, we will first ask for concept papers. And we think that's really important as just managing everybody's really the work associated with the full applications and review of them, your preparation of them. We know how much work that is. The concept paper is a way for you to give us an early look and for us to give you some early feedback on the project prior to the effort of submitting the full application. There's also another step here that's important, which is we intend for the topic area 1 platforms to publish a list of the finalists that have passed that first pre-application stage, so that we can have some hopefully teaming during the months between when we announce that and when full applications are due to see which platforms have been selected in kind of that pre-application step, and hopefully have some better teaming across the different topic areas. My last slide here is on the timeline. These are very broad strokes here, but just to give everybody a sense, I won't speak to all the details. I'll let everyone just kind of digest this. But we are working furiously on the NOFO, rest assured, and we anticipate that coming out in this winter. I know this is lacking some detail that folks would like. I can tell you when we're talking about winter, we're talking about Northern Hemisphere. I'm not talking about the Southern Hemisphere. So we're talking about this winter that we're in right now. And then just sort of almost quarter by quarter how we see the milestones going for the concept paper and pre-application submissions, the application submissions, and then eventually the selections. Again, the NOFO itself will have all the specific details that I know everyone's eager to see on the actual dates or date ranges that'll be a lot more fine-tuned. And with that, I think I want to end on really just a note of kind of gratitude, really, and just to say that, personally, and I know for a lot of, and all of my colleagues, it's such a pleasure and an honor to be able to support these projects. We know how difficult DAC projects are to pull off, and we really view it as our job to help make these programs as flexible and supportive for the hard work that you all do in developing these projects as we can. We're just really thrilled with what we've seen already in the first round, thrilled to see what's been going on also independently, through private projects, and can't wait to see how we can accelerate all of that into the next round and make this program even more of a success. So I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague Rory Jacobson. He directs carbon removal at our partner office, Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Rory's going to speak about some of the other work that DOE supports in the direct air capture space. Rory and FECM have been a great partner in helping manage and develop this program. We really couldn't have done it without them. And as you'll hear from Rory, so much of the work that DOE does to prepare the earlier stages of direct air capture for hub readiness are just absolutely critical. So we thought it'd be great to just share some of that. Rory.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Awesome. So Dan mentioned, and I appreciated all of the remarks and clarification on the notice of intent. I'm Rory Jacobson. I'm the acting division director for carbon dioxide removal at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Todd's remarks started with the idea that the word cooperative is important, leading with cooperative agreements, and that only happens when we have offices that cooperate together. And I'm very thrilled to get to work with the folks at Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations to get to build out the entire direct air capture portfolio. And as Dan mentioned, I'm going to talk a bit about some work that exists outside of the DAC Hubs portfolio. I know that DAC Hubs gets a lot of buzz. It is, I think, a key element of scaling up direct air capture here in the US, but there's a lot of work that has to happen before we get to have opportunities to do direct air capture at the scale that Dan's talking about, at the order of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of tons CO2 per year. This is a proven commercial technology, but it's really important, I think, again, to establish that there is earlier technology readiness level research that has to happen to make sure that we don't take tech risk when we invest in these technologies at commercial scale. Dan mentioned the idea of offtake is fluid. It involves, potential storage opportunities of the CO2 physically, or conversion of that CO2 or carbon dioxide into valuable materials, which FECM has focused on historically. It also involves offtake of carbon dioxide removal credits. And so when we think about where OCED and FECM sit relative to each other, we are much earlier in the technology readiness level and adoption readiness level relative to our colleagues at OCED that are really focused on commercial demonstration, right? That there's a business model here that clearly works. Our office is focused on those technology risks. We focus on technology readiness levels 3 through 6, really thinking about fundamental concept, proof of concept, all the way to basic prototype, and then helping, again, industry, startups, and our commercialization partners work all the way to their sort of first-of-a-kind pilot, demonstrating that that technology works at scale and can be done so in an integrated fashion. The work that FECM does is diverse. It is not just about direct air capture. OCED also has a very diverse carbon management portfolio, thinking about things like point source carbon capture and carbon storage and transport. FECM focuses on all of those things, just at earlier stages. That said, our focus on carbon storage has been, I think, established for over a decade now, for sure. And so when I think about the relationship between FECM and OCED, I think the emphasis is really about us bringing some of the technology components to the table, the experience that our team has working on point source capture for many decades, and translating that into what it could look like for direct air capture, both in terms of commercialization of that technology, but also the technology barriers that they face are quite similar. And I think the next panel after our break this morning will get into some of those pieces. Thinking about sort of FECM's objective, our goal is to take those technologies from academia, from laboratories, from universities, and get them to commercial scale where they can then be handed off to our colleagues at OCED, the Loan Programs Office, and actually go commercially demonstrate that technology, and also prove that there's a market there, right? That there is someone that is willing to pay for that carbon dioxide removal or the CO2 that is converted to a valuable product. The programs that we run are much earlier stage, as Dan noted. And so I think importantly, our emphasis has been on making sure that entrepreneurs can find a pathway to get their technology far enough along that they have an opportunity to submit an application to a DAC Hubs FOA. And so what that's looked like at this stage has been really an emphasis on prizes. So we have a couple what are called pre-commercial technology prizes that were funded through the infrastructure law that are really about making sure that, one, incubators and accelerators, our EPIC prize, are able to support DAC technology developers, companies in maturing their technology. The other piece is our pre-commercial DAC technology prize. Is there a new sorbent or new material or new capture technology or regeneration method that we should be investigating? How can we make sure that those entrepreneurs are supported in getting to a stage where they can then do their first-of-a-kind pilot or demonstration? We also do some commercial work that's been authorized and supported by Congress. And so we just opened last August the Commercial DAC Technology Prize, which is really exciting for us. The entrance is really a pre-feed study or a feed study. The pre-feed is due in February for those of you all that are looking into it. And deliverable materials can be found on the HeroX website or the FECM website. But this is really about proving a first-of-a-kind 1,000-ton technology. And we walk you through all 4 of those phases and make sure that, again, industry, technology commercialization efforts are supported through and through their TRLs, and also that there's a market there for their CO2 offtake or conversion. Moving beyond that, I think one novel thing that FECM has worked on with, again, heavy collaboration with OCED is the idea that carbon dioxide removal credit offtake is important. There has to be a business model beyond, or for DAC technologies to actually get to scale. And that really looks like the environmental attribute that we call a carbon credit. And DAC credits cost more than the incumbent industry credits do. You know, if you're looking at avoided emissions, it's more expensive to buy a direct air capture credit. That said, I think that there are a lot of important questions to answer around, you know, the viability of those credits, the measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification. And direct air capture, I think, can offer some pieces there. And the emphasis of FECM has been to focus on, one, demonstrating what leadership looks like for government to focus on diligence in these methodologies and protocols coming from the private sector. Two, to crowd in private sector demand, which I think is extremely important. If no one is willing to pay for these technologies at scale, it's hardly worth, you know, doing a feed study, let alone building the technology at the levels that we're talking about. And so crowding in private capital through things like our voluntary carbon dioxide removal purchasing challenge has been extremely effective. We've been able to take small amounts of capital invested through FECM by buying carbon dioxide removal credits and demonstrate that there is a matching component from the private sector, which is really exciting. A couple other pieces that I think are really important is that FECM has been working on the fundamental technologies that underlie direct air capture for a very long time. Our point source capture program goes back decades. The work that we've been doing on the fundamentals of carbon storage and transport goes back many, many years and is a well-established commercial technology. All of these components are key to enabling direct air capture at scale. The last piece, which I think is extremely important, quick coffee break, is the importance of testing materials and technologies before we actually go into the field. And Fossil Energy and Carbon Management is very privileged to have a great working relationship with the National Energy Technology Laboratory, and they now have a new DAC testing facility in Pittsburgh where we can test everything from fundamental materials to sort of breadbox scale technologies where we actually do have some sort of capture medium, all the way to basically simulating the climate temperature of a given ecosystem or environment that you would like to demonstrate your technology in. And this is really important because you can save a lot of capital before you actually go into the field and build a project. And so, again, would strongly encourage folks that are looking to test technologies or do basic demonstrations to either get in touch with me at the break or to engage with our colleagues at the National Energy Technology Laboratory. And again, ending, I think, on the same note that Dan did, is that it really takes performers, you all industry, to be able to scale up these technologies, to build markets. We are here to be cooperative partners with you all, and I think it's a great privilege to get to do that. But again, it takes you all applying to these, you know, funding opportunity announcements and giving us feedback in our requests for information to actually make these opportunities possible. So thank you.
Now on to the next section. I think I'm going to hand it over to my excellent colleague, Mike O'Connor. He is the lead strategist for point source carbon capture in OCED.
Thank you, Dan. So let's shift gears a little bit. Thanks so much for being here. As you probably noticed in this room, there are, in addition to quite a lot of you, there are people from sort of different parts of the carbon management mosaic. We spend the last hour or so thinking about the DAC side, direct air capture. I'm going to talk now about the $1.3 billion notice of intent that the point source carbon management program in OCED released. We released that about a week after Dan's DAC NOI, and yes, my entire life I'm just a week behind Dan Yowitz. That's how I live now. The program, we'll spend a little bit more time talking about the different topic areas in this program, but the major difference, I think, is that we're for the next hour or so going to be focusing on capture off of smokestacks, industrial or coal-fired power in this case. So let me jump in. We'll talk a little bit. I'm just going to give you the same review that you've heard over and over again of what we're currently funding, just so you understand what we're looking at. We'll blow through that quick. Then I'll go into the NOI and we'll do some next steps and resources. Within the NOI, during the NOI review. We're also going to get a chance to hear from our FECM counterpart, Dan Hanke, who runs the point source program on that side. Just like you guys heard from Rory earlier, the FECM DAC side, we have a really close collaboration between the offices to try and make sure that the technologies that are maturing along that TRL scale have room to grow. Again, where OCED is trying to deliver technology demonstration projects at scale in partnership with the private sector. All of our projects are going to be at least 50-50 cost share with the private sector. And we want to make sure that these projects are unlocking new investment. This is the thing that we keep hearing about all the time. OCED is trying to unlock trillions of dollars of capital with the billions that we have. And so consider that all when you're writing applications for us. That's the thing that we're excited to see, is how do you see this project as the first step in a larger chain? OCED's mission includes ensuring an equitable transition to a decarbonized energy system, of course, as well. Now let's talk a little bit about the programs that we have right now in OCED for point source. Much like OCED's overarching mission as an office, the carbon management program is aiming to drive initial market adoption of carbon capture and storage, otherwise known as CCS, to ensure that the economics of CCS is improved so that it can be widely adopted, especially in hard to decarbonize sectors. So we'll talk about what those sectors are a little bit. There are 3 programs in carbon management. The third one you've heard a lot about, that's our DAC program. So we're focusing on the top 2 in this session. The demonstration program and the large-scale pilots program. You'll see that those are the demos program that is pretty well established. You know, Dan mentioned that the direct air capture hubs were defined relatively flexibly by Congress. That is not true in this program. Congress was quite clear with what they wanted to see in this case. And then the pilots program, which you can think of as a step before the large-scale demos in terms of tech readiness. These programs are designed to accelerate demonstration and deployment of carbon management technologies, supporting good-paying manufacturing jobs, reducing pollution, and delivering healthier communities for the clean energy technologies of the future. As of October 2024, 7 of the 8 front-end engineering design studies have been awarded. So these are programs, this was the first program we launched. We call it FOA1 in this project, in this program. It was just funding the front-end engineering and design of large-scale carbon capture projects. So not going through to construction. We have 8 of those, again, 7 have been awarded. On the demos side, this is our large-scale demos project, so the first bullet from the prior slide. All 3 projects selected have been awarded phase 1 funding. So we have 3 of those of the 6 that Congress requested so far. For the pilots, 3 or 4 have been selected and have reached phase 1 award, again, as of October of 2024. And for the regional direct air capture hubs, we, of course, just talked about that NOI that went out. Overall, I think I like this map a lot because it highlights that CCUS, or carbon capture broadly at OCED, spans the programmatic boundaries that we have in the way we've set up the office. We've got 8 of those feeds, right, and they're all across the country, right? We have the 4 pilot projects, 3 of which have been awarded. Our 3 demo projects, Texas, North Dakota, California. Now we have a different color, orange. This represents our industrial demonstrations program, of which there are a couple of those applicants that are in the room right now. Industrial demonstrations program isn't technically in the carbon management space programmatically, but we are funding carbon capture because it is a lever for industrial decarbonization, 5 projects. We have the 2 direct air capture hubs, and then also OCED has $8 billion in clean hydrogen, $7 billion going to regional hubs. 6 of those projects are leveraging some sort of carbon capture to create blue hydrogen. So we have a lot of investment. I would argue that this is the most heavily invested technology that OCED is involved in across the board, because of all the programs that are taking a look at this. And so we're adding to it, right? We're adding to it with another $1.3 billion NOI. I will caveat it the exact same way that Dan did. The fine print is there for a reason. This is the trailer. Read the NOFO when it comes out. We are working through that, and we apologize that we don't have everything available for you right now, but this is a way for you to know that something's coming. We think it's going to look like this, but we're not going to commit to that right now. There are 3 topic areas for this NOI that we've looked at, and they break up roughly along programmatic lines. So topic area 1 is large-scale demonstrations. We want to demonstrate the commercial scale CCS on, again, coal and industrial plants. You'll see there that natural gas is not included. That's because 2 natural gas plants were required by Congress and have already been awarded. So we filled our quota for natural gas. We are looking for another coal project and up to 2 industrial projects. These are the large demonstrations. They generally are using near commercial CCS technologies, and I think most important to this on this slide is that for these projects, you need to come with your TNS included. We are looking for these projects to be integrated, capture, transport, and storage. Topic area 2, large pilots. This is a little bit earlier in the TRL scale, so we're looking for technology advancements in this project. We're looking for things that lower the cost, lower the energy intensity, lower the water use, move the needle, move the state of the art. And we're looking for up to 4 projects there. And then topic area 3 is new to the club. This is another planning and development topic area, not unlike the FEED studies that we released 3 years ago. This is a topic area to drive the networked planning and commercialization of CCS. So we're not funding construction here, but we're trying to get the CCS market to be walking together all in one voice in one location, so that we don't have mismatch in development timelines where if you need capture for your pipeline, you don't have it, or if you need emissions for your potential storage site, there's nobody capturing. We're trying to build those ecosystems, so you need to have a network of at least 2 emitters, a transport provider, and a storage provider. And again, we are the small size, the award, $30 million. We're not looking for construction here. We're going to fund front-end engineering and design work, up to design work, and the commercialization and planning that goes into getting a project ready for commercial loan. Topic area 1, titled Carbon Capture Demos Program, will provide up to $750 million for commercial scale carbon capture demonstrations integrated with CO2 transportation and storage infrastructure to advance technical maturity, reduce the uncertainty in the cost and performance, and increase the potential for the technology to be replicated and deployed at additional facilities. You'll notice that we've divided it into TA1A and TA1B, and that's reflective of the industry what we're looking for, up to 1 coal, up to 2 industrial plants. Those industrial plants cannot include the power that goes with the industrial plant, so it's the direct emissions from industry. And you'll see some key objectives here. We are putting out there some capacity goals that we're trying to reach, or minimums for, again, these large-scale projects. And we want to see that also it's important in these negotiations that we'll be working with you to figure out the cost and performance data that can help move the market. Topic area 2, transformative pilots up to $400 million, 135 mil per at maximum. So if we go at maximum, we won't have all 4. Is to test these, provide up to 450 mil for large-scale carbon capture pilots that demonstrate transformative technological advances in carbon capture, increasing enabling increased capture efficiency, reduced cost, and improved environmental performance. Again, we're looking for these technologies that can move the needle. And then TA3, again, focusing on networked infrastructure planning, provide up to $100 million for the planning, or provide up to $30 million, $100 million total in the pot for the network planning and design of shared CO2 infrastructure. Let's dive into topic area 1 a little bit more on the requirements and things like that. Although topic areas 1A and B have different emissions sectors, they have the same overarching goal, and the key attributes of both are similar. As part of TA1, we're working to advance the maturity, reduce the uncertainty in cost and performance characteristics at a commercial scale, right? These have to be large enough to be deemed commercial scale, generate operational data sets, and increase investor and end user confidence. I think the key attributes of a successful TA1 award include building and operating the capture, transport, and storage from an entire unit or a train, and transitioning to sustained operations beyond DOE support. We don't want to shutter these facilities. We want these to go for a full 30-year operational life. As mentioned, let me go to the next. Yeah, this also important that we want to see capture from an entire unit, not the whole facility, but the entire unit of a facility, so not a slipstream. Demonstrations should aim for sustained operations. Requirements. There are some key differences between TA1 and TA1A and B. Let's talk about the coal plant first. All applicants need to have performed at least a pre-feed, so you have to have done some prior engineering and design work to walk into this program. Pilot should utilize capture technologies that were piloted on the same or similar flue gas for at least 1,000 hours. So we want to see that the capture technology you're using works on the gas that you're proposing to use it on. Again, carbon needs to be transported, the carbon must be transported and sequestered, and you must have that in scope as part of the award. I will note that in our last round of this kind of application, we had a slightly more stringent requirements that we're looking to put out in this round, particularly around transport and storage. We're trying to make sure that folks are able to walk in the door at the level of maturity that the industry is at right now. You will have the opportunity writ large to be able to defend your reasoning for the readiness of all of the components of these projects. And we really encourage you to highlight that in the concept paper stage, and that's when we're going to get you as the quick thumbs up, thumbs down on if you're going to want to put in the investment, and we recognize the big investment to write an application for us. Let's talk about TA1B. This is the industrial. The key difference here is that the TA targets industrial facilities allowing the project to capture at least 300,000 metric tons of CO2 a year. The project should utilize capture technologies just like before that have been piloted on the same or similar flue gas for up to 1,000 hours. Again, pre-feed study on the capture system is required, or to have a plan, and we want to see the plan for your capture and storage on application. Same caveats as before. In the last round, we had slightly more stringent requirements on T and S than we anticipate having in this round. Again, highlighting for everyone in this room, if you're unfamiliar with OCED, I think it's a good time to remember that these are all 50% cost shared. So we're looking for at least 50% capital from the private sector for these projects. That is not true in topic area 2. Topic area 2 is earlier in the technical readiness stage. And because of that, we're trying to demonstrate technologies that have less of a track record than maybe you were using in the demonstration stage. The key attributes of a successful large-scale pilot project include being able to capture at least 75,000 metric tons of CO2 annually, or from an industrial facility, or at a power facility, we say about 25 megawatts. The pilots program does not have a requirement for industry type. You know, Congress was very specific in the demos program that we needed 2 coal, 2 industrial, 2 natural gas. In this program, that is absent, and therefore we are also leaving it open. So you can come here if you have a project for natural gas. You can come here for having for coal or for most industrial processes. The FO will, or the no-FO will list out if there are specific industries that are excluded, but we don't anticipate it to be many. The project must be able to demonstrate a substantial capture efficiency, and again, show that it can move the needle from the current state of the art. To test transformational, okay, novel. Let's get to the requirements. Yes, and this is an important part of this that I want everyone to make sure they hear. This is new for this round of funding, was not in the last round of pilots. We have an optional phase 0 that's included in this program. And a phase 0 is, allows us to be able to get applicants to the testing readiness that you would need to be able to otherwise enter the program. It is important to note that not everyone will be eligible for phase 0. You need to demonstrate that you've already started to do this kind of work. The small integrated pilot scale this is for integrated prototypes that are in the middle of testing or about to start a testing campaign. We want to be able to help get you to finish that campaign. But this is not for somebody that's going to start a testing campaign whole cloth. That's more in the FECM world, and Dan can talk about what that looks like. Phase 0 is optional for technologies. This is optional. If you can meet the phase 1 entry requirements, you don't have to go into phase 0. But if you can't, and there's an area for you to jump in the phase 0, we have that available for you. I think that's all I wanted to say on that. Yeah, the requirement is going to be a minimum of 3 metric tons per day for at least 2 months, and are either using real flue gas or a synthetic flue gas of a similar composition, temperature, and pressure. That's what the pilot in phase 0 is looking to have. Finally, application requirements. So areas of interest for types of capture. You see there's a long list here, but the key isn't necessarily the capture type. It is more the improvement that you can demonstrate in that capture type. So solvent systems, sorbent, membrane, cryogenic, molten salt, oxycombustion, chemical looping, and hybrid systems, all allowed. Proposed approaches should demonstrate a substantial improvement. And now I think that's all we wanted from this. And then we'll jump over to topic area 3, the new one. This is the networked planning and commercialization topic area. The objective of TA3 projects is to improve the economic viability of CCS by coordinating the development of key groups within the CCS value chain. This is pulled from the mid-scale RFI found this kind of results in the DAC space. And we heard this loud and clear from our applicants in the first round, is that infrastructure is a real barrier for CCS. I don't think that's a surprise for anybody in this room. And so this is trying to help use some DOE capital to help reduce that barrier through fronting some of the development costs you might need and the business development costs. The topic area is focused on localized CCS networks. Now, what does that mean? That little yellow box defines it. We're saying at least 2 emitters, so we want to see some economy of scale there. Geologic storage and a pipeline that connects them within about 50 radial miles. This is not the kind of network that we're trying to see that's interstate, interregional. We're not looking to expose ourselves to those kinds of long distance risks in this case. This is a program that's looking for the smaller scale systems. 50 is an estimate, though. That's not a hard cap. We're not going to get out the ruler and measure. The successful TA3 applicants should be able to demonstrate that the networking of multiple emitters with TNS, with transport and storage, capitalizes on economies of scale to some degree. So the emitters are better off working together than they are working separately. That's an important thing we want to see. And it's at least 2. If there's 5, even better, right? We want that economy of scale thing, which to unlock further capital is really important for us. The deliverables of the Topic Area 3 award include, well, by the end of the award, we aim for these networks to make progress towards satisfying the typical conditions to closing project finance for all of the entities involved, the transport, the storage, and the capture. We want a bank to feel like these are all de-risked. These deliverables include financial modeling, technical design, site control, permits, offtake agreements, and terms and conditions. You don't have to have these all, but those are the kinds of things that we're talking about with this funding. It's important to note that the award can fund the cost of achieving these planning and design milestones. For the TA3 application, requirements include relatively substantial design work for the storage side. We recognize how long it takes for storage facilities to be developed, and we're not necessarily looking for them to start from scratch. On the transport side, also a little bit of prior design work, but emitters, you can be evergreen. Come whole cloth. If you are a transport company and you've been talking to an emitter and that's all that's happened, that's exactly what this is for. This is to bring those new emitters into the fold. Let's jump to, we're going to have a whole session on this, but I just want to highlight that in all of our applications, and this is not just a policy, this is a business risk. We want to make sure that there's strong community acceptance in our projects. So all projects must include a community benefits plan, otherwise known as a CBP. This is to ensure the prioritization of cleaner energy as well as justice, energy, security, and resilience. A successful CBP accounts for there's four parts. How do you interact with the community and the labor? DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Your investment in the American workforce, so job training and things like that. And the Justice 40 initiative, making sure that 40% of benefits are flowing to disadvantaged communities. I believe we have our timeline here of what we're expecting. It looks a lot like what Dan's timeline is. Expect a NOFO in this winter. We will give you a healthy amount of time to give us up to 10-page concept paper. Sometime in the spring. The concept paper is a thumbs up, thumbs down scale. I encourage you strongly to adhere to that scale, even though you don't have to. The encouraged, discouraged notices would come out at the end of the spring. We'd anticipate the applications in the summer, and then about a year from now, a little under, we would have our new projects. That is the run of this NOI. What I would like to do now is pass it off to the FECM folks and Dan Hank, who leads them, to show how we basically got here and how we support this program through the R&D and how we're going to continue to be supporting this program through the R&D. Long history of FECM capture R&D, and I'm excited to bring him up.
Okay, so first of all, it's great to be here. I mean, this feels like carbon management meeting, and it's great to be part of the first, I think, OCED Industry Day for carbon management. So what I want to do a little bit is put in perspective what we at FECM are doing and how this fits within the portfolio of OCED, which is building up. You know, I've been part of this journey from the beginning, and I feel like I am kind of part of the team, OCED team. But I think it's great to see that these projects and programs are standing up. So I want to give you a little bit of what we're doing in Point Source, and I think most of you are familiar with what we're doing, but I want to highlight how we interact and collaborate with the OCED team. So as you remember, we have this 4 focus area in kind of our strategic vision, and two are for development technologies for industrial sources, and 2 for electric generation. Focus area 1 and 2 is for electric generation, 3 and 4 for industrial sources. Now, you could notice that focus area 1 and 3 are primarily enabling technologies which we are developing to support demonstration and large pilots. And what we mean by these enabling technologies are technologies where, for example, a reclamation system, which we validate the technology at TRL6, but not necessarily together with the reclamation system, or an engineering control to lower the emissions from the absorber or desorber. So these are elements which we continue working on within FECM in the program itself. But I want also to highlight the fact that there are a number of places where within the department where point source is represented, right? So, and you see this both for industrial sources and also power sources, right? So the technology readiness walk, which we have been, developing for the last 10, probably 15 years, is we take a technology, we develop components or materials which are capturing CO2 from simulated exhaust. That's a TRL3 type. Then we go and start validating those technology in an integrated fashion, either in a bench scale system or in a small pilot. These small pilots are in the range of 3 ton a day to 5 ton a day, both in purpose-built pilots or in testing centers. You are probably familiar with Natural Carbon Capture Center. We also tested at the TCM in Wyoming, Technology Center. And once those are validated, we historically went and validated this even in a larger scale at Technology Center Mongstad at 10 megawatts, and perform also initial pre-feasibility studies to understand what the cost is. Now, so this is kind of the technology readiness map. And then from there, you have larger pilot, purpose-built larger pilot and demonstrations projects. Now, on this map, for example, ARPA is developing primarily components and small pilots. There is this project on flexible carbon capture. We at VCM, for both industrial and power, we kind of work, as I think Rory mentioned, we work between TRL3 and TRL6, components, small pilots, and a little bit historically of large pilots. We are operating those pilots. We started to operate those pilots now at MTR pilot and also the one Linde BSF at UIUC, and also TCM. So that's the point where the technologies, they get to TRL6, and then from there, they are handover, right? And I think that this is a handover point between FECM and OCED, because they take and do the large pilot. These are purpose-built pilots, no storage required there. And then also further along are demonstrations where you have both carbon transport and storage included. So you could see that, again, there is a continuum here. And I think it was our priority when we started all this to make sure that the handover, it's happening in a very smooth way. So I want to give you some examples what we mean by that. So we have a number of projects, right? I mean, projects which I think Mike mentioned, where some of the elements are coming from our program. So I give you examples, right? So these are integrated carbon capture feed studies, right? For example, Heidelberg, Tampa, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, or MTR, right? Where on the FECM side, we do, for example, pre-feed study for carbon capture. There is also a component on storage, which is also part of FECM portfolio. And then the OCED team is doing integrated feeds for transport, for capture, transport, storage. Now, you could imagine, and probably Heidelberg is one of the most complex projects in that, because they have actually 4 projects within DOE. So how do we handle this kind of projects? What we do is we have it at the project management level, folks who are participating. So for example, the project manager who is managing the Heidelberg project on the capture pre-feed is in very close contact with the integrated CCS feed project manager and also the project manager on the IDP demonstration. So, and to kind of give you even more examples how we do that, so we do have project reviews together. So I was actually last week at Heidelberg, we're reviewing their carbon pre-feed studies, which we have, but together with that was the project manager from NETL who is managing that project, and also the project manager from IDP and also the project manager for the integrated CCS demo. So we're trying to bring this together and have, again, sort of from the developer perspective and the program perspective, one face of DOE rather than having been segmented between FECM, OCED, or other entities participating. Another example for again, connectivity is the one which, let's see the MTR, for example. They have integrated CCS feed studies with OCED, but at the same time, they are commissioning, and hopefully soon running the 10 megawatt pilot at Dry Fork Station in Gillette, Wyoming, right? Which is our project. So in this way, I mean, the same thing. All that output from that 10 megawatt pilot will feed into the engineering work which is going to happen in the integrated CCS field. So you could imagine, could you see that this is very important to have that very close continuity and close collaboration between the teams. Another example, for example, the CCS demo at Sutter, run by Calpine. The technology there is ion technology. We're running a pilot at Enterprise at 1 megawatt pilot. We're in very close collaboration between the two. The same thing, ION also run a 10 megawatt pilot. They've been in contact with, when the report out and so forth. The same thing is true for large pilots. Again, give one example, I would say RTI International. They are demonstrating that their technology in pulp and paper. They run a 10 megawatt TCM pilot. This was a year ago, and all that learning now is being transferred into this new project. So very much, again, it is our, and I think it's within FECM team and also in OCED, one of the major priority is to make sure that this transfer of information is happening at the project level, not only at the program level. And finally, again, because now I had the opportunity to speak in front of you guys, I have, another thing is we do have a notice of intent for a funding opportunity announcement, which I think will issue soon. And these are primarily for small pilots, purpose-built pilots, both on industrial sources. Also on the enabling technology side, it's an area of interest around atmospheric chemistry dispersion models and also other enabling technologies which can, again, advance towards apply to demonstration. Also, three other areas of interest, primarily around feed studies for hydrogen production for pre-commercial pilot scale systems, chemical looping, and oxy-combustion. So check it out, this funding opportunity announcement. And finally, again, I want to thank the FECM team. I mean, most of you interacted with the team. Very dedicated, again, hardworking, and again, nothing would happen without them. So again, with that, thank you for your attention and happy to answer questions you have. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much, Dan. I think that before we wrap up to the next session, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things from this program that we're excited to announce. First is the department's carbon management strategy, which was released in October. Comments are open, seeking feedback on the entire report. Just letting those QR codes sink in. Are all the phones down? Looks like they are. Okay. And then how you get in touch with us. This is a slide you saw last time too, just We have a generic questions inbox, cc-oced@hq.doe.gov. Go to our website. Make sure you sign up for our news and alerts. That is the #1 way that we get things out to y'all. OCED Exchange is where all of our documentation lives, OCED-exchange@energy.gov. And LinkedIn's also, we're pretty active on that, so make sure that you are aware. It's my pleasure to now, I'm going to give it over to Beth, and Beth's going to run the show. All right, thank y'all.
Whatever. All right. Thanks, Mike and Dan. I think as we think about partnerships between OCED and FECM, that's very important, but at OCED, we also really value partnerships with the local community. So as we think about what it means to deploy these projects, it's important for us to have pretty robust community benefits plans and ensure that we're really delivering benefits and meaningful workforce development in local communities. So with that, I'm going to introduce Jill Capitosto to go over a little bit about our OCED's philosophy behind CBCs.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Jill Capitosto. I'm a Energy Justice Liaison and Community Benefits Lead at OCED. As Beth mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about community benefits in our funding opportunities. Okay, we are, as DOE, actively engaged in financial assistance planning and are subject to constraints during the period to ensure fairness of the process. We can only communicate public and non-privileged information during this meeting or event, cannot discuss the details of active or planned financial assistance matters, or entertain requests for specific outcome or benefit related to financial assistance activity. Okay, with the disclaimer out of the way, I'll bring us back to OCED's mission, wanting to highlight here that an equitable transition is baked into our mission. So as Beth mentioned, this is something that is foundational to the way that we're thinking about the energy transition and the way that we're thinking about what it is that we're demonstrating. We are demonstrating technologies, but we're also demonstrating ways that these technologies can be deployed that benefit communities and create quality, long-term jobs and economic growth. With this goal in mind, we have these 4 pillars of community benefits plans that we bake into all of our funding opportunities. That's a focus on community and labor engagement, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, investing in the American workforce, so quality jobs and workforce development, and the Justice 40 initiative, which is really looking at maximizing benefits, especially in communities that are designated as disadvantaged, and also minimizing, mitigating, or eliminating harms. By prioritizing community benefits, we can ensure that the next chapter in our energy story is marked by greater justice, equity, security, and resilience. Our demonstration projects have an outsized impact, the opportunity for ripple effects. So what we do with these demonstration projects can really have a wide-reaching impact on what our energy transition looks like. At the same time, we're also reducing risks for individual projects, as well as risk when we're looking at broader technology offtake. So I'm going to break down each of those 4 pillars and go a little bit into what is captured under each of those pillars and why it's important, starting with community and labor engagement. And I'll take this opportunity really quickly just to ask Claire Kendall to wave her hand. Claire is one of my colleagues that I work closely with in OCED. She is one of our community engagement specialists, and so she is someone that helps out with a lot of our projects and with on-the-ground engagement with communities. And the reason that this is so important is because by having strong community engagement, you are able to build support in the places where these projects are rolling out, which can, as I mentioned earlier, mitigate risks by surfacing and addressing concerns before they lead to slowdowns for projects. Talking to community members about what they want to see from projects, what their concerns are, their priorities are, can also help ensure that benefits are equitably shared among workers and impacted communities and align project outcomes with local needs and priorities. There's also a lot of knowledge that local communities have when it comes to what a project rollout could look like in their areas, same for workers, and projects that have early, frequent engagement with those stakeholders are able to incorporate that knowledge and make sure that their projects are reflective of realities on the ground. We're also looking at labor and community engagement as a way to ensure accountability to Department of Energy, taxpayers, and affected communities. One of the really important things that we're looking for from community and labor engagement is movement towards legally enforceable workforce and community agreements. So that would be something like a project labor agreement, a collective bargaining agreement, community benefits agreement. These are all things that reinforce everything that's important here about community and labor engagement, really instilling benefits, building support, providing accountability to groups that are impacted. So when we're looking for, in our applications, when we're looking for information about community and labor engagement, what we really want to see is a plan to engage and partner with impacted groups, focusing also on underrepresented groups. It can be very easy to just look at high-profile groups and miss out on important members of communities. And we're looking at more than just communications, not looking for something that's one way, just information sharing, but giving communities the opportunity to actually impact project decisions. Tribes are an important group to consider when you have a project that's going to be on tribal land or maybe impacting tribes. DOE has a tribal trust responsibility. This is a legal obligation under which the U.S. has charged itself with moral obligations of the highest responsibility and trust toward Indian tribes. So with this legal obligation in mind, OCED recipients must work with their communities and with Department of Energy to identify any federally recognized tribes, including Alaska Native villages, who may be interested or have interest in the proposed project locations. And so all of this to say that if you have a project that is proposed on tribal lands or that has tribal interests, there's work that DOE will do with you as part of fulfilling our government-to-government consultation obligations. There are other things that you would want to consider when working on tribal land or with projects or with tribal partners, and that's that there are certain characteristics of energy landscapes in Indian country where energy and infrastructure development may be constrained due to limited funding and financing, inadequate infrastructure, limited technical capacity, and a complicated legal and regulatory structure governing Indian lands, which has led to really disproportionate access to the benefits of energy and clean energy and greater exposure to some of the harms of our energy system, as well as disproportionate costs and energy burden on Indian land. So all of that to say, I kind of reinforcing the point that context is really important. The communities that are impacted are really important when considering what the potential impacts of a project could be and what opportunities there are to maximize benefits from a project in a way that aligns with what is needed in the communities that will be impacted. All right, the second pillar is investing in the American workforce. What we're looking for in the application is a plan for job creation, quality jobs, inclusive recruitment and hiring, focusing on workers who are underrepresented and workers from disadvantaged communities and local workers. Looking at also commitments to workplace safety and investments in workforce training and support. This is really important for emerging industries. For direct air capture, for instance, a single direct air capture hub could lead to 3,000 new jobs. As the industry expands, there are going to be thousands and thousands of jobs that will be created and workers that will be needed. So investing early in workforce training is critical to make sure that there is sustainability there for the operation, maintenance of these plants. It's also really important to think about what it takes to attract and retain a worker. So creating quality jobs that are going to lead to longevity and smooth operations of facilities is critical. And this ties closely with the third pillar, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So in applications looking for commitments that project teams will make to foster a welcoming and inclusive environment, support people from underrepresented groups and those facing systemic barriers to employment, and for contracting or partnering with minority-serving institutions or underrepresented or disadvantaged businesses. And this is really important, again, to support a strong workforce. Having diverse workforces is a way to foster innovation and ensure project success. Again, these investments are creating so many jobs, and it's important that these opportunities are shared widely and that they're accessible to everybody. And the last pillar is Justice 40, which is really focused on equitable impacts. So I'll talk a little bit about the Justice 40 initiative on the next slide, but the goal really is that 40% of overall benefits from federal investments in clean energy accrue to disadvantaged communities, which again, I'll define on the next slide. And it promotes environmental justice, and maximizes benefits and minimizes negative impacts. That's where we're looking for commitments to do those things in each of these projects. Recognizing that the burdens and the benefits of our energy system are not equitably distributed, as I've referenced earlier, and that local context, for instance, existing burdens in a community will really influence how a project impacts that community. The same project in multiple communities would have dramatically different impacts based on social conditions, economic conditions, environmental conditions in the places where the projects are built. And I mentioned earlier, demonstration projects can really set the standard for industries that are emerging and set a high bar for what we're looking for in terms of community impact for these projects. So Justice 40 initiative is focused on accruing benefits to disadvantaged communities. DOE has identified 8 policy priorities for the Justice 40 initiative. Those are on the left side of the slide. I won't read all of them, but some of them are decreasing energy burden, increasing parity in clean energy technology access, increasing the clean energy job pipeline, and job training as some examples. Disadvantaged communities are defined using the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, which identifies about 36% of the US Census tracts as disadvantaged, looking at a number of criteria, including things like income and environmental exposure, and other social and environmental impacts. When it comes to community benefits in OCED projects, as I mentioned, all 4 of those pillars are really important for applications. Community benefits plans count for 20% of the review criteria when we're scoring applications. So we have experts that we'll bring in who have experience with environmental justice, with DEIA, with community engagement to help review these applications and provide scores. The applications that are deemed meritorious, that are selected for negotiation, will go through a negotiation period where we will work closely with those selectees to solidify those community benefit commitments. So there's a community benefits plan that's submitted as part of the application, touching on all 4 of those pillars I walked through. During negotiations, we turn that plan into commitments that are integrated into a project management plan and integrated into the award package. That starts getting rolled out in phase 1. At the end of every phase, we have go, no go, gated criteria where there are specific criteria for community benefits. And so there will be ways that we are tracking what's happening with the projects, making sure that community benefits commitments are being realized during each phase, and at the end of each phase, we'll be able to evaluate the progress, negotiate what's going to happen for the next phase, and then the cycle repeats. There's a real emphasis, again, on local context, on learning from communities. Community engagement so critical for informing what should happen with these community benefits commitments, how updates to project activities should be made based on learnings from interactions with communities and workers. So breaking into these different phases allows for time to check in about what those learnings are and how that can inform an improved community benefits plan and improved community benefits commitments. At the end of that negotiation period, the thing that gets put out into the world is a community benefits commitments fact sheet or summary. So one example here is from Project Cypress. I've outlined there the different sections of the community benefits commitments that they've made. Having a community engagement council being one example of something that they've committed to stand up during phase 1. One of the reasons that we want to have these summaries public is because transparency and accountability are really important components of a community benefits plan. We will create updated summaries every phase when new commitments are negotiated. We really encourage projects to be as transparent as possible with the commitments that they've made. Okay, so how do we build a strong community benefits plan? A couple tips there on the left. Really looking for things that are actionable, things that are specific. I've mentioned accountability and transparency a couple of times, so looking for mechanisms that can build in accountability and transparency to impacted communities and workers, which includes having metrics for success, monitoring what's happening, and sharing information publicly. Aligning commitments to the needs and priorities of impacted communities and workers, addressing all 4 of the community benefits pillars, and having a way to, I guess, identify what potential negative impacts of a project will be in your application, be honest about what those negative impacts will be thorough when you're thinking about what they might be, and develop plans or strategies to minimize and mitigate those negative impacts. Looking for projects that are going to create quality jobs with equitable access to those jobs and have investments in workforce development. And then also looking for commitments to build towards enforceable and lasting community and labor agreements. So those are some high-level bullet points, but if you're looking for more guidance, we've put out a number of guidance documents with previous funding opportunity announcements that are available on OCED Exchange. So have up there an example from our CBP guidance for our carbon capture demos FOA that we put out in 2023. Okay, so we've got time for a little activity here to think about what community benefits commitments could look like. The possibilities of this are kind of endless. Some considerations for costs that DOE would be allowed to cover, and it has to be connected to the project, for instance. But when we're thinking about kinds of commitments that can be made as part of a community benefits plan, one place where you could look for inspiration is a Harnessing Hydrogen and Community Benefits Plan public forum activity that Department of Energy worked to put together. That is a kind of like a group workshop thing where you're looking at different options and putting together a community benefits plan, kind of play acting as members of a community where a hydrogen facility is being built. So we'll do a very abbreviated version of that activity with your tables, each of you imagining that you are a community member in a town where a developer has proposed a point source carbon capture project on a greenfield industrial site. We'll get to discuss what kind of community benefits commitments you would like to see to support this project on each of the next slides. I'll have a couple examples that you can discuss as a table. As you're having these discussions, think about different perspectives that you might want to bring into the conversation. Thinking about who could be impacted by this project and how. Maybe there are members of vulnerable populations, people who are elderly, children, people with chronic health conditions, think about the perspectives of workers or community-based organizations, labor unions, educational institutions, local business, and government. Just some considerations of perspectives to incorporate as you're thinking about what commitments you want to see. All right, so we're gonna start with community and labor engagement. You'll have just a couple minutes, we'll say like 5 minutes for this first one, to discuss at your table which of these 3 community benefits commitments you as a community would be most interested in seeing from a developer proposing a project in your area, and to talk about which one you prefer most and least and why, and then what additional information you would want or what questions you might have for the developer as you're weighing these options. So you can go ahead and start your 5 minutes now. And then I'll have Claire help out bringing a microphone to a table and they can share back their results. Okay. So in the interest of time, I didn't give you 5 minutes, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna cut you off. We'll have time to discuss some more community benefits commitments that fit with other pillars. One thing that you might notice is that there is a lot of overlap between the different pillars, and that's kind of recognized, that's by design. When we're thinking about these things, you might notice they touch on other components. Okay, so if everyone could stop talking. We're gonna have Claire and or John just look for one volunteer table to answer the questions here at the bottom of the slide. Which of these commitments would you prefer most and why? Which one least and why? And then what questions or additional information would you have want from the developer? Do we have any volunteers? Just need one volunteer.
I'll call on you. Okay, I got one over here, Jill.
How about now? Is that right? Okay, cool.
All right, we'll start with the table that Claire just gave the mic to, and then we'll head over to John's table.
Sure. So I think of the 3 buckets that are presented there, the one on the left is by far the most community friendly. And then, just chatting through what kind of pushback and questions we've seen from communities where carbon capture projects are getting planned, depending on the persuasion of the people in the state, I personally have seen pushback just on a fundamental basis. Sometimes people don't believe that carbon capture is a productive thing to do. Those are probably rare cases, and they're not everywhere in the country. And then another one that we thought about is if there's already an energy project in that location, one of the things that you're fundamentally adding that's ugly for the community could be if it's an amine-based system, then you've got a solvent loop or something that's introducing new chemicals into a location that's not used to them. So that's definitely one that people would want to address.
Thank you so much. All right, your table.
So we didn't do it on purpose, but we thought that actually the one on the right-hand side was giving more power to the local community because of the influence over key decisions and the veto power. What we think was lacking was, we would like to see trade schools, training for jobs, scholarships, but also more of the experts involved in the project. So we didn't define what experts mean in this case, but living in the community, so having more symbiosis between the work and the living environment, and finally some to join back on what the other table was saying, some local improvements over air and water quality as much as possible.
Great. So I'll just highlight that both tables talked about accountability and talked about meaningful community involvement. And I think that those are really important things when you're considering commitments to community and labor engagement. So for the sake of time, I'll move on. Let's see. I'll just read through this one, and we won't discuss it as a group, but you can like think about which one stands out as really impactful and which one maybe feels like the least interesting to you if you're a community member, and why. So one option of what a commitment could look like is that the developer could commit to partnering or contracting with minority serving institutions, businesses that are majority owned or controlled by residents of disadvantaged communities, and or underrepresented people or groups of underrepresented people. Or developer could commit to establishing a DEI plan, policies, and actions. This could include partnering with training and placement programs for underrepresented workers and residents of disadvantaged communities. And the third option we're presenting is developer commits to providing an annual DEIA training. So just think to yourself which of those sounds most impactful and why. The other thing that I'll say really quickly here is this activity is very limited just because we don't have very much time. And so we're providing different things side by side to choose between, but the intention for community benefits plans isn't necessarily to have either or scenarios. There are a lot of opportunities for things to be very additive and to have many different commitments that would fall under each of these umbrellas. Okay. Quality jobs. So we'll take the time to stop and discuss this one as tables. You've got your three options up here again. I won't read them out since you'll be able to discuss as a group this time. And then we'll come back and do another round of having a table or two share their thoughts. Okay, you got a couple minutes. Okay, I know that wasn't very long to discuss, but we'll start looking for volunteers to share any thoughts about these commitments and which ones seem most interesting and maybe which one is least interesting as a community. Yeah, okay, we've got our first one. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, this is Barbara McBauer with Calpine. I mean, obviously, we do our projects in California. All our projects in California are done under project labor agreements. And we do, focus on hiring the local labor in the area first, and then obviously spreading out to other areas, and if that workforce is not available. But also, heavily invested in internships, apprenticeship programs, all those kind of things for the local workforce.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Claire.
Hello, hi, this is Spencer Schecht with the Global Carbon Capture and Storage Institute. We will humbly take all three, thank you very much. So number one looks very good because it is a sort of a workforce development program, and number three is very attractive because you're looking to incentivize local participation and community development there. I think we're a little bit torn between 1 and 3 or a hybrid of them all, but personally, I'm leaning towards number 3 on this one to incentivize apprenticeship programs and local hiring.
Great, thank you so much. And maybe you've revealed the trick of the game that I didn't really intend to have, but that you really don't need to choose between these things. That when you're thinking about what kind of commitments that you all can make, or as a community member, what kind of commitments you would want, there are a number of things that you all could do, and they don't have to be any kind of either or, as we said on the last slide. All right, so moving right along, we won't take the time to discuss this one, but I think the first 2 tables that shared their thoughts touched on some of the things that are on this slide anyways, so maybe this already came up in some of your conversations, but some of the commitments that you might see or that community members might want might be things like the installation of a state-of-the-art pollution control system that goes above required air pollution monitoring, and a commitment to publicly sharing data from third-party air monitoring, or a commitment to establish options for community members and local governments to buy shares in a project, providing for partial public ownership of that project. And then this one is a little bit looser of a commitment, but minimizing new environmental damages or hazards from the new facility. So I think if that was a commitment, we would want to see something a little bit more specific about what that looks like and how it's going to be done. All right, so that game that I mentioned at the beginning, the harnessing hydrogen workshop, is a really interesting way to kind of think about how a community benefits plan could get chosen and put yourself in the shoes of community members who are having those discussions about what we would be looking for in a plan or in community benefits commitments. There are also a number of other community benefits resources that offer a lot more information about what is included in the community benefits plan and why. I think maybe my email is on the next slide. Yeah, so I'm also here as a resource. We have a whole team of people who are focused on community and jobs, and we have people like Claire who are there to help with community engagement. So we are also resources for you all as you are thinking about community benefits and what that could look like for different projects. All right, thank you so much.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today? And I hope the sessions so far have been engaging. It has put me under incredible pressure because everybody before me have finished on time or before time. And the second thing is I'm the person standing between you and lunch. So I think we are starting a little bit before time, so I will try to wrap it up as soon as we can. But also it gives us a little bit more leverage to ask more questions to the panelists here. So with that, let's go ahead and get this started. So I am joined here by 4 panelists. Bill Elliott from Bechtel, Daniel Flagg from Sargent & Lundy, Keyur Pandya from SLB, and Bob Slatahoff from Qubit. I hope I got your last name right, Bob. So I will let them introduce themselves when they are. Everybody has kind of a candid presentation here, a couple of slides, and I will let them introduce themselves and their company while they are presenting. But I just want to kick off a couple of slides before I hand it over to the panelists here. Again, my name is Gokul Vishwanathan. I am the program manager for the Carbon Capture Pilots program, which is the topic area 2 that Mike presented under the point source carbon capture side of things for OCED. I've been here for 6 months at OCED. Feels like 6 years to me so far. So, I will skip this slide. Mike did a favor for me. He went through all these projects, so I'm not going to go through this. Saves us a little bit of time. I just want to kick this off. OCED projects, at least the pilots program and even our previous demos program, had the requirement of front-end engineering design, and I just wanted to kind of draw a gray line between what is a front-end engineering design and what is techno-economics, because typically other DOE organizations that are non-construction based projects focus on techno-economics. So the feed is typically an on-site, site-specific on performance and cost for a particular project, while techno-economics is as a common basis. It is not site-specific. The feed is also first of a kind, while techno-economics is nth of a kind. Typical factors that are overlooked, permitting and siting have to be included in feed, but typically not in techno-economics. And the critical thing is we need the feed for the final investment decision, or FID. While TEA just gives us a good sensitivity analysis, it's basically a litmus test before we even start a project, right? So I cannot, staying with the same theme as the folks, they spoke about the trailer and the movie. I cannot talk about the movie, but I can talk about the prequel, which are the previous NOFOs that have been released by OCED. 2962 is the demos NOFO, and 2963 is the pilots NOFO. And in both those NOFOs, or FOAs at that time, they were called, we had the FEED and the TEA were both phase 1 deliverables. So again, going back to the prequel here, FOA 2963, of course we cannot talk about the upcoming NOFO whenever it comes, but at least I can show you a slide from the previous NOFO. This is a public document. But these are kind of the typical requirements that we have asked in phase 1, which is predominantly, at least for the pilots program, is the front-end engineering design. We do look at feedstock supply chain assessment. Site MOU is critical to get the project up and running. Engineering and design documentation completion up to 30%. We will talk passionately about AACE class 3 or class 2 cost estimate moving forward, I think. So that class 3 cost estimate was asked, at least in the pilots NOFO. One thing that would be different from private projects, we do have the NEPA, as Todd had mentioned earlier today. So we have an environmental information volume EIV requirement for federal projects. And finally, we also round it up with a TE and LCA. So with that, what I would like to do is pass on the mic to Bob. We will have the panelists present for each for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd assumed I was last, but. All right. Everybody hear me okay? So as mentioned, I'm Bob Sluthow with Kiewit. I'm our Director of Carbon Capture and Carbon Removal, or as DOE is referring to that, carbon management. And just wanted to give a little brief overview over a little bit on Kiewit and our participation in the DOE and other projects, as well as what we think of as in terms of a successful feed. Really want to just start off with kind of as I come today, think of the 3 C's. We've got capabilities, we've got culture, and we've got commercial in terms of where I see us getting to where feed needs to get us right now. On this first slide here, a little background. We've been working on 100 or so different carbon management projects of all shapes and sizes. The 16 that are shown here on dots on the map are different DOE projects that we've been a part of. There's probably another more than 5, less than 10 with OCED that we haven't gotten our contracts with yet, so they don't show up on the map yet. But we've been really active with both FECM and OCED, and really appreciated the opportunity to work with them. And what I've really appreciated over the years is just as we've been evolving in our feed processes and procedures, they've been evolving in terms of what they're looking for in terms of the contracting, EPC involvement, and how they're formulating some of these NOFOs. Probably the first time I've said that out loud. Right now we've got about 175 full-time equivalents working in carbon management. That equates to 300 some odd people, which would basically fill this room. That's up from maybe 6 people 4 or 5 years ago. So we've put a lot of time and effort. We're bullish on the market, both on the direct air capture as well as the point source capture, and see some good things coming. Our flagship project is the Petronova project, built with our TIC division, and that's still the world's largest post-combustion project. And we've got people from that project still working with our group, sharing the knowledge, helping to train up the next generation. So we do have a good pipeline of people coming. Enough of that one. Let's just see. This is clicker. Oh, the big button. There we go. So this, which you can probably see better than I can, is a little bit of how Kiewit looks at the FEL process, the front-end loading process, which is sometimes generically referred to as feed. There's a lot of different definitions for feed. There's different companies that got very set definitions. We've kind of aligned ours along the FEL process and tied them to the AACE International cost estimating classifications. So they range all the way from just high-level screenings to, we don't actually show the class 1, but for us, feed would be what gets us to the financial investment decision. I think as Gokul noted, some of the FECM awards get to a class 3 evaluation, and that's the middle box there. And we would not view that as enough to finalize cost and schedule. Some of the previous FOAs have asked for class 1, and that would be something that Kiewit typically wouldn't do either. That's more of an as-built project. So we focus in on the class 2 estimates and what it takes to get to roughly plus or minus 10%, where we might be able to give we, depending on the situation, could give a firm price and schedule. But one of the things that's noted, I think is really important, is this still a very nascent industry. all these projects can be first of a kind until they're not. We've got different technologies, we've got different industries, and is it 5 before we're getting to where we're comfortable with an nth of a kind? But it's several. So these projects really lend themselves to not being transactional, to being very culture, very partnership oriented, where you want to get your EPC and your technology provider on board early. And I hope on the partner panel later, that the EPC is a key partner there. There's going to be a lot of hard conversations along the way. So as you've aligned your goals and strategies, built those relationships, those conversations are maybe not easier, but you're ready to have those as hiccups come along the way. Let's see. What we see as being really important is defining your inputs and your outputs. And design basis, we've learned a lot over the course of the years, is being really critical to driving overall cost of projects, what's included, what design conditions are you trying to guarantee around, a lot of those things. Contracting strategy, if you're in the earlier stages of, say, FEL 1 or 2, maybe that's a little bit looser, but if you're going into your FEED with the idea of getting perhaps a lump sum price out of that, and you don't have a contracting plan going into it, you're going to have some real struggles towards the end. And as well as the team structure, where we're looking at how these projects can best allocate risks. So let's see, we talked about capabilities, we talked about culture, a little bit on the commercial, because end of the day, these projects aren't the technologies, while they're still developing, DAC probably further to go in general than the post-combustion. It's less the technology they're worried about, more how they structure the commercial deals right now. And so plan early, get people involved, start having those conversations, and make this a collaborative team effort, and not a transactional. So we would like to be involved early and along the way, and be a trusted partner. And that's really all I had for an opening. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Danielle Flagg from Sargent Lundy. Happy to be here. I'm the CCS Project Development Manager. It's a title that just means I get involved with a lot of CCS stuff. I've been at SNL for 16 years. I've been working in CCS almost exclusively for 8. Sargent Lundy is an engineering firm. We don't do construction like Hewitt ourselves, but we do work very intimately with construction partners, so very familiar with that. We've done over 150 carbon capture projects at this point. It's hard to keep these numbers up to date, but starting with the very first Petronova FEED study, there were 4. So you learn a lot through the FEED process, and it definitely changes. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the lessons learned we've got from our projects. It's really important for us to be technology agnostic. We work with technology partners, but we also work with host sites. So really trying to find the right opportunities for everyone and find a project that's going to be successful. We've done over 20 DOE funded feeds, an additional 15 or so privately funded feeds. So a lot of experience there, both working on the government side as well as privately funded feeds. And we're very involved with the full-scale demo projects that were touched on earlier. So really looking forward to kind of getting into that integrated feed process. So I'm just going to quickly touch on some of these things. We can talk more about them. There's a lot of words on these slides, but just kind of there's 4 main things we wanted to touch on quickly related to feeds. And I think this is something that's come up quite a bit already, but not all feeds are created equal. People say, can you do a feed for us? And we say, sure. We've got a lot of questions. What does that mean? So understanding kind of what you're trying to achieve with the feed. Are you trying to get to a certain cost certainty for a budget decision? Are you trying to get to a firm price executable contract? Are you trying to prepare for permitting? It's really important to understand what those goals are. Sometimes that's cost classification, but it's really more about what are you trying to do at the end of the feed. So those are important things that we need to understand and talk about. And the more stage gates you put in, the more time and the more cost associated with that development phase. Bob talked about this, but I'll talk a lot about it a little bit more specifically. Design basis is so important. It's really important to understand how you design your project, how much additional conservatism, reliability is needed. We come from the power industry, and it's always belt and suspenders there. Everything needs to be operating all the time for compliance, and that may be important, but there's costs that comes with additional reliability and additional conservatism. So it's really critical at the beginning of the project to talk about how are you going to make those decisions and what's most important, because everything you add adds cost, and no amount of value engineering can replace planning ahead and diligence in the feed process to make sure that you're not kind of putting in things that you ultimately try to take out later. Sourcing of utilities is really important. This is something that we have seen become huge issues on feed studies. It's always something we look at. Cooling water is a great example. It's easy to say we're going to use this system, but then when you think about the changing ambient conditions and how that impacts process, and it's really easy to say, oh, we need to design for a 1% case, but that adds cost and may not have the same sort of implications on process. So it's become something that really takes a lot of thought and time up front as part of that feed to make sure that you're defining those systems well. And then the last one I'm going to talk about, again, I think Bob kind of touched on this a little bit, AAC classification. So I think it's really critical to use some sort of basis to talk about cost certainty. Obviously, every class estimate has a certain amount of project definition and associated accuracy that comes with that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have a price at the end. And whatever project definition you do isn't necessarily a % of engineering. Engineering really doesn't fully start until you start buying equipment. As much as you've defined certain aspects of the system and you can have a fully defined feed, having the configuration and conditions and things becomes really important and can potentially change a lot of things that happen in your feed within a small envelope, but it's something that really needs to be thought about. And I think I said this, but I'll say it again. A cost estimate's not a firm price. And I think Bob touched on this, but there's contractual terms and other things that go into getting to a firm price. So these are all things that I think we need to start talking about, especially if we're trying to do feeds to get to executable projects. So I tried to keep that brief. We can talk more about that during the panel.
I'm not sure anybody in the utility industry would know what you were talking about, and electric utilities in the U.S. Don't do feed studies. We do scope books. It's quite an evolution we've gone through on the power side, so therefore, but as a power guy, I got my breath taken away, and when I saw an oil company doing $100 million feed, national oil company overseas, $100 million for a study. That was interesting. Okay, but we spent it for them. So, as you're looking at this, you need to think about what it is you need and what the other project stakeholders are going to need. But just to put it in a context I've laid out here, class 3, they say 25%. Okay, we can do a class 3 on a power plant, especially a combined cycle, for probably 10% because it's just like all the others we built. But if you're in a first of a kind, and let's face it, in carbon capture, especially large carbon capture plants post-combustion, everything we do now and everything we will do for the next 10 plants is first of a kind. We're a cottage industry. A lot of us have been in this room and rooms like it for 15 years talking about it and studying it so much, we start to think we know what we're doing. Don't fool yourselves. We're going to learn a lot in the next 5 years. But going back to the slide, nobody told you how hard it is to keep me on track, did they? No. Okay. Yeah, they should have warned you. Anyway, You take a look at this, and I've thrown some numbers up here, but and the basis of it is about, in a very, very large project in engineering, you're going to spend about 5% in engineering of the TIC. So that's just put that in your pocket. And then if we're going to do 25% of that, you're going to spend about 1% of TIC for your class 3 feed study, okay? And that's, if you got $1 billion project, you got 10 million. Yeah, maybe that's right. But if somebody talks you into going to class 2, you're going to spend 20 million. So just that's a big decision. Okay? And the biggest difference between the two, really, because we model down the 3-inch pipe on the there's our template or our standard plant. It's down to 3-inch pipe for a carbon capture plant, for a class 3 or a class 2, actually. The biggest difference is on whether you're getting budgetary or actually firm quotes on all your major equipment. That's really nuts and bolts, the biggest difference. Now, getting the final investment decision, or what is a success, getting there successfully and not having any of those bad surprises when you actually get into the project, that probably defines the successful feed. And I thought the title of this was interesting in what is success. You kind of have to look at it from different stakeholders. To agencies handing out money, it's probably a success is getting to the point where they could hand out the money and not have to break any of their rules. And to us people that are getting paid to do things, it's getting paid is a mark of success. Okay, actually the customer, making that final payment to you. Okay, from a true EPC though, probably the success is you don't do studies to do studies. You do studies to get to the point of actually building something. And that's something we kind of lose a little bit in an industry that's done hundreds of feeds and 2 plants. Bob's done one of them. I haven't, damn it. So anyway, that's I think you have to look at that, how you define success a bit. And if you go through how you get there, I think it's I think there's some things feeds don't do, and we talked a little bit about that of what the contracting and all those things already been spoken about. But I think it's important to say, even with a good feed, you got a lot of things that have to happen to make the project go as planned. The feed doesn't do you any good on craft, and we talk a lot about craft availability in some areas, but we also have to really think about expertise, okay? You can get into regions. We got fooled really badly on one project because we had really good craft work there 20 years ago. And 20 years later, we came back and it was the quality of the craft had really deteriorated during that period. So, and you got to be really thinking about that. And also, we're entering a period of maybe significant trade conflicts with foreign supply. It's something we have to think about and have to be prepared to address as it evolves. The process efficacy. As I said, we've studied these things so much, and to OCED's credit and Office of Fossil Energy, a little more emphasis on pilot plants now, and so I think that is important and will help us quite a bit. I still think we're not running pilot plants nearly long enough, and in an amine system, you don't know much about it until you know how your reclaimer works, and that's probably a year, 2 years before you really understand it. Emissions, we all know we're very comfortable with amines because we have them in closed systems for the last 50 years. These post-combustion with high oxygen and content in some of our flue gases and such, we've got some issues there that we're going to have to, we're going to have some surprises and have some fixes that as we go along. So, but piloting can go a long way to mitigate some of that risk. Debt market swings. There's a panel later on today talking about debt, but you're at the mercy of the realities of how, not just the interest rates, but how it's perceived and the risks and such. Are we going to have 50% equity in these projects because they're first of a kind? Or is there going to be competition, a lot of debt out there sloshing around looking for a place to go, and we can pare that down? The feed doesn't tell you that. And the last thing is, there can be a very long time between when you finish the feed and when you actually go full notice to proceed and actually have your construction dollars being built. And that's a major risk. And updating that feed before you actually start the work in the field is really important. And I probably used up too much time, didn't I?
Hello. Okay. My name is Keyur Pandya. I'm representing SLB, or now SLB Capture. I have 20 years of experience in designing and implementing the feed studies and offshore and onshore facilities. The burden I can catch up on time, because a lot of these topics have covered by my colleagues here at the stage here. But what we have, I just want to briefly introduce what SLB Capture is. As many of you know, we are a new company, that JV that formed between the SLB and the Aker Carbon Capture. Currently, we have combined integrating the technologies between the two companies, where we have offerings, commercial offerings from the aqueous solvent portfolio. We have about 7 projects ongoing at various feed stage and then the execution phase, where we will be able to capture 100,000 tons a year of CO2 in next couple of years. And we have some development projects. SLB has extensive portfolio of developing technologies, non-aqueous solvents and solvent technologies through our partners at RTI and TDA. And that brings me to the topic of today, which is a feed study. A lot of these things have been covered by colleagues here at the stage, but I'll reiterate some of these. Feed study is different every single time. Every single project is different because of the partners that are involved, because of the EPC companies that are involved, and then the requirements of the feed study as different class estimates, class 2 versus class 3. It requires different efforts from engineering. It can take up to 5 to 10%, sometimes the cost of the overall project, right? Here I've mentioned some of these minimum requirements that we see. This is not an exclusive list, but as we said, design capacity, that is coming from the design basis. We need to make sure that what we capture is correctly what the project is intended to do, including all the peripheral technologies that is surrounding, right? What the intention of the project is. That includes the carbon capture, pretreatment, the CO2 side, offtake, storing, and then transportation side as well. The location of the plant is important because that defines the certain site-specific conditions on the project. So that is very important when you are defining the feed study. Sometimes you are working with one client that has several locations, but if you don't define which location you are intended for this project to be, then it can it can interfere with the utilities that is available or the type of equipment you have to deploy in that project. Again, the next one is utilities. You need to make sure that you have to be aware of what utilities are available, as covered previously, especially even if the utilities are available at the power plants. Does the integration make sense, or is it allowed, or is it enough to support your carbon capture project? And those are the things that we need to capture during the minimum requirement of the FEED study. And then the available plot plan, what is the vicinity of this carbon capture project to the point source that is available? And then is it enough plot plan available for you to deploy that project if it moves forward beyond the FID? And then several other factors that Bill, Bob, and Danielle already mentioned. The validity of the FEED study estimates, and then duration of the project can interfere with what you came up at the FEED study for the cost estimate. It changes by the time you are ready to start the project. Some of these have changed. Availability of the material or the components, geographical and political factors that can influence that accuracy of those FEED study estimates that were developed, like let's say 2 years ago versus now, if the project is starting today. And I'll leave with that. We are involved with the OCED project through our partners for solvent, non-aqueous solvent development, and then the solvent development through RTI and TDA. I'll leave this here, and we can discuss more in the Q&A. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can someone give me a time check, because I don't have my cell phone with me?
11:54.
Okay, all right, so we have about 15 minutes for Q&A. I think the way I would like to start is I'll kick off with a couple of comments, and thank you again. Can we just give a round of applause to our panelists here? I mean, it was really good. I think there are a lot of common themes. I mean, cost estimates, I think we are going to debate a little bit about that. Bill, you pointed from FEED to FNTP. I think that's what happens after FEED. There are some themes that we need to discuss. But just from an OCED standpoint, if you look at the demonstrations projects or the pilots projects, we typically look at power plant or industrial. And every industry is different from every other industry. So I would just like to give the floor to the panelists to talk about what would be the differences between how you attack a problem between a power plant-based feed, between coal, natural gas, or an industrial. What are the common themes? What are the points of departure, if you may? Want to go first, Danielle?
Is this on? So the question is, what's the difference between industrial and like power plant combined cycles? So I think the thing we've found the most doing feed studies between both is I'm going to say it again, the utilities. So, at power plants, there's usually readily available thermal energy and power. At industrial facilities, that's usually not the case. And the cost of power is very different, and the way that you source steam is very different if you need it. And there's different aspects of that you have to consider. It's the cost. It's not necessarily power plant costs. It's utility electric rates that you're paying. When you think about bringing natural gas on site to make steam, it has an impact on your life cycle analysis. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider from an industrial standpoint that makes the project more challenging or more costly.
OpEx. Availability of water. Would that be a concern?
Availability of water. It can be. It really depends. Again, you need a substantial amount of water for cooling, depending on your system. But that's going to be a challenge for power plants if they don't have it as well. So I think that's a little bit more consistent of a challenge, but it can be.
Yeah, I think that's okay. On? Okay, it's on. We're good. I think Danielle covered that pretty well. I think as I also mentioned, every one of these is a little bit different. So where you have a lot of space and flat space adjacent to the stack in one location is great. Others, you might be a quarter mile, half mile, you might be up the side of a hill. And those are similar across industries. Sometimes the differences in terms of annual outages, reliability requirements, how they might run could impact some of these things. If you've got a 6-week outage, or if you're up and down a lot, can impact. Financing can be different in terms of whether you might be project specific. If you're working with an oil major, you might have a little different set of financing than if you're working with a power plant or a cement market. But the basic elements going into the study and the requirement for that really strong design basis and really know what your goals are, your objectives, and sticking to that, make sure everybody's rowing in the same direction are consistent across all of them.
Thank you. I will open the floor for questions. Just please state your name and affiliation. And
Okay, Neeraj Gupta from Batyal. Not an engineering question, but a geology question. So how do you incorporate storage into the FEED programs? Because eventually you have to do a full program cost, and especially the storage uncertainties. How do you guys deal with that? Generally, you're seeing that as a big issue?
the question was about storage and integration into the feed.
Yeah, I think it depends on the client, the end user who is implementing this project, right? So they have a plan either to permanently store or at the end, if nothing is available close by the reservoir or the pipeline, then they may implement, okay, liquefy the CO2 product for various other use, right? So it depends on each project is different, and then when the location, as Bob said earlier, it also becomes, right? If the plant, if there is a pipeline that is half a mile away, maybe they will implement the project right there instead of right next to or have a plan to transport the CO2 to the nearby pipeline, etc. I don't know whether that answers your questions or not.
Want to add something?
I'll add a little bit, I guess, just to provide some context. I think, what we saw with a lot of the DOE programs is they were kind of siloed before, and now we're seeing them come together. So I think it's important to understand what the steps in development are for the storage site or the offtake, and kind of starting to figure out how to implement and put those schedules together so that you are creating the costs associated with both the transportation and the sequestration at the same time as the capture.
That's good. There's one. Please go on.
Nigel, Jen. Nigel, hello. Nigel Gently, Baker Hughes. Difference between the similar question, different applications between power and industrial, difference between modular technologies and stick-built technologies.
Difference between modular and full scale.
Nigel, I'd say stick built's the only way to go because we make more money doing that. So and modular has such a wide range of things. I don't think we've been on a project where we haven't had modules on a major project in probably in 20 years. A fab yard somewhere is going to be cheaper and more effective in most cases on some things. Over application of modular is a big problem, negative as well, though, where it really doesn't make sense either. And so, and it will vary. I mean, some of the trade-offs and the way you look at it in design, you may have it wrong by the time you actually get to construction with the long delays we see in these projects between when we do the studies and when they actually get implemented. I think there's a tendency to over-modulize today, actually. I think it's become kind of fashionable as opposed to having a view, but You take the other part of it, anything you can do to reduce craft on sites today is a positive, just because of the availability of quality craft in many areas. So I think I'll give you a strong non-answer. Joe. Okay.
I might add to that just a little bit there.
Oh, he's great.
We've got a little bit of a bifurcated. All right. Add to that answer a little bit. We've got a little bit of a bifurcated audience, right? We've got the DAC side, and we've got the post-combustion side, and I think modularization on the DAC side is a little bit different than, on these 1,000 megawatt combined cycles and things like that, and where we're looking to modularize and how they're looking to scale out versus scale up in some of these things. But, I think it's important on every feed, pre-feed, as you're getting into it, is do your transportation study of how can you get things there and how big of things can you get there, and what are your opportunities there. Always looking to optimize each project. That, again, as your point, each feed is a little bit different. It could look exactly the same, only one you've got port access right next to it, and one you've got little country roads in the middle of nowhere, and that's going to change how your projects evolve.
So point is, it will depend on the point source application, right? Certain skis, whether it's DAC or the carbon capture, the point source application, it will depend on the capacity. You can modularize up to a certain point. Beyond that, you will not be able to modularize, right? So if you have a power plants, for example, the capacity that it requires is much larger than the other industry, and that you will not be able to modularize. So you have to pick and choose, and then it depends on the feed and the location and the project type that you are addressing.
Thank you. There was a raised hand at the back. Oh, is that you? Okay, all right.
This is a question. I'm Greg Bohannon with 280 Earth. Question for anyone on the panel. This afternoon we're going to be talking about NEPA. Could you comment on NEPA and feed, how they run in parallel, which comes first, what's more important for either kind of point source or DAC?
Bob and I keep trying to push each other to answer questions. Yeah, NEPA is a great question. As they said earlier, it's super important for DOE projects. You need to be doing NEPA alongside feed. You get information from your feed that feeds into your NEPA. It also takes quite a long review cycle, and you can't start construction until you have your NEPA decision. So it's pretty important to get that started as soon as you can, and understand that I know working with the DOE on that is like the most important thing, but you need to start as soon as you can, because we're talking about 5-7 year projects. Having a delay of a year because you didn't do NEPA early enough could kill the project.
Put one question here. Thank you, Danielle. I think one thing that I wanted to get out of this panel is long lead items. And COVID has taught us a lot about supply chain. So anything that you can bring some perspectives to the group here in terms of what is the industry currently facing in terms of long lead items? Who wants to go first? Bob?
Yes, critical, been critical since the pandemic, and I just saw where there's maybe some port strikes, maybe they've been resolved or not in Canada, but we see all different parts of the supply chain being stretched, partly just because of the demand, partly because of some of the transportation issues and other items, but it is definitely a real and must be planned for. I mean, we're seeing like on a natural gas combined cycle project without carbon capture, what might have been a 3 or 3.5 year project might be a 4.5 or 5 year project now. And, we've, on the EPC side, we've kind of optimized in terms of the schedules and manpower loading and things like that to be in and out. And so an additional, year to 18 months in the schedule is a difficulty. It's a cost. It's a balancing of things. We've seen some items that might have been, 30 weeks go to 150 weeks. So when do you have enough engineering done to place that long lead item order? What's going to be required for that? What risk are you willing to take ahead of an FID or notice to proceed? But the list changed all the time. We've seen something get worse. We've seen something get better over time. But you just got to have your finger on that pulse consistently. But it's really a key issue right now.
Gokul, I have a question back here. Is that okay? Gokul, over here this way.
Hi, thank you all. Glenn Marowitz from Clarity. We are in the direct air capture space. My background is as a process engineer, so certainly appreciate the importance of the feed study and the integration of the outputs of that into your investment decisions. My question is specifically for projects in DAC where the sorbent performance, lifespan, costing is poorly understood. How do you take that into account when you are doing a feed study and you may have a high degree of confidence in the actual process equipment, but a low degree of confidence in the material performance and costing? As a specific example, I come back to a blog post that Climeworks shared a few months back where they saw, a 4x factor change in their nameplate capacity and an unknown change in their lifespan of their material. That's probably significantly greater uncertainty in costing in getting to a financial decision than anything on the process side itself. So how do you balance those at the early stage of these first-of-a-kind DAC projects? Thanks.
I will do my best to answer this question. I think this is exactly what you're saying is why pilot testing is so important. I think at the same time, doing feed studies is a really critical step to defining the system while you're doing pilot testing. And so I think that is important. But one of the things that we have started doing on direct air capture projects is trying to define the aspects of the technology that may change or have the potential to improve and design around how we might be able to kind of swap components in and out that may be determined through pilot testing or later design to be more efficient or more effective because the technologies are developing. But keep doing your pilot testing for sure.
The other thing that comes to mind, pilot testing is key. Love that DOE is putting in some additional funding and capabilities for that as well. But it also brings to mind the concept you need to start talking about early is risk allocation and how some of these things, the EPC is going to take risk for what we're best at, construction, labor, some other marketing, in terms of the technology developer and the sorbent developer of how's that going to be managed. I think it's really important, like you say, to have some backup plans, some other things you can be doing, but it does get into the overall commercial structure again of how are the risks allocated, what's the owner facing, what's the OEM taking as risk, and where some of those things are going, and those become more critical as we get closer and closer to the commercial negotiations.
I think we may have time for one or two more questions.
I already had some in the queue.
Hi, Daniel Garcia at Carbon Direct. Danielle, thank you for mentioning the ambient conditions being a key input to your design. We hope this equipment that we're all building will last for decades. In the face of climate change, how are you all updating or anticipating those changes in your design studies? Thank you.
That is a great question. No one's ever asked me that before, but I think when we look at ambient conditions, we look at a pretty long historical data, and we look at the trends, and we really think about it's hard to predict the future, so that it's not really something that I'm seeing that we've really talked about. But I think if you look far enough back, you usually get a pretty wide range, and then it's trying to decide the cost implications of designing for certain conditions versus turning it off, for a small period of time because of excursions and things like that. I think that's going to be important to understand, but at the same time, if there's significant changes, that's just something that's going to have to be dealt with, I think, at the time.
If we have time, we have one more.
Yeah, one more.
Now
Martin.
remember, you're holding up everyone for lunch, so if you start asking, so just know that. Martin, you want to? You have he's a plant, guys.
It's a really quick one. Based on your experience, you have a lot of requirements that you need to meet on these feed studies, and you've talked about cost escalation and how things take longer and are maybe more expensive than they used to be. If you had to magic one and you could pick one or two or maybe three conditions that you could relax, what do you think would have the biggest impact on your budget, on your cost?
I thought you said this was going to be an easy question.
A short answer, but not an easy question.
Let me start. We'll brainstorm up here. How about we'll build off of this?
Okay.
You know, the Buy America, Build America can have a significant impact on some of these things. In the prevailing wages, some of those going in there. Let's see.
I'm going to say stage gates. You know, one of the things that we see in the NOFOs, is that what they're called now, is this phase 2 and 3, and the split between that is, it's confusing. It's hard to understand when does engineering end and construction start. That's not how we do it in the market. So trying to create this separation, which also involves DOE review and approval, if you can't really pause a project. So that, if I could get rid of that break and change this, maybe what is in phase 1 versus combining phases 2 and 3, that would be my answer.
Okay, I think we'll round it off with one last question. Just 10 seconds each panelist, maybe. Real quick, I am a new technology provider. I have innovated something in the carbon capture space, done some testing in the lab, some pilot testing. How do I start, you know, thinking about feed and start forming the relationships with EPCs? Maybe, Bill, we can start with you first, and then we go. Quick, 20 seconds.
Don't bother. It's awfully hard. And you're looking at 10 years to commercialization at least, and just a lot of impediments and a lot of competition and a lot of things that are in your way before you get there. So, but if you find some people in Silicon Valley who want to throw money at something else, and you enjoy spending other people's money as much as we do, then go for it.
Well, with that answer, I'm going to say call Sergeant Lundy. My boss loves doing technology scale up, so he'll gladly help you.
Well, we got good answers going here so far. You know, I think it's engage early. I think it's, you know, understand the different mindsets and mentality. I mean, if you're coming out of Silicon Valley with one way of doing things, and you've got kind of the hard tech in terms of constructing and building things in the ground, there's a little bit different time scales, iterations, things like that, where we need to kind of get aligned with each other and talk about this. And figure out when the best time to interact, whether it's a smaller local firm first and then getting involved later as you scale up. But I think it's being as transparent as you can. Obviously, there's IP issues, things like that, but having those conversations early, getting to understand the different perspectives on
that. As a technology provider, when you're looking forward, you have to look for overall envelope of your technology, given the utility perspective, or any bleed stream that will go and you have to dispose of, right? So any boundaries around that you can put, as soon as you can put those and have a clarity with your EPC provider or the partners, that will be give you a good footing when you start the feed study or the larger projects. And that will help a long way to define the scope of the project, as well as how you tackle environmental perspective, as well as the utility perspective, and then the impact on your whole project.
Thank you very much. I mean, let's give a round of applause to the panelists here.
I'm going to introduce Kristen Kerwin. You've heard a lot about NEPA, so she's here to maybe demystify the process for everyone.
Thank you. That's really a flattering opening, and that's exactly my intent, so thank you. All right, welcome back, brave souls. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunchtime. We are going to talk a little bit about NEPA, if I can get things rolling here. As Beth said, my name is Kristen Kerwin. I'm OCED's Environment, Health, and Safety Director, and I'm responsible for OCED's compliance with NEPA and all of the related environmental requirements. So we'll start, at the top. what is NEPA? NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, was actually signed into law in 1970, and it for the first time set forth a national policy on the protection of the environment. Most basic, fundamentally, NEPA requires the federal government to evaluate and understand the potential environmental impacts of its actions. NEPA also requires agencies to engage and inform the public during the decision-making process. Specifically, agencies are required to provide meaningful opportunities for public participation during NEPA. And overall, NEPA is intended to provide information to decision makers and result in better decisions. Now, you may have heard a little bit about NEPA in the news over the past year or so, or today even, if you and I share the same news alerts. The Council on Environmental Quality recently finalized updates to the implementing regulations for NEPA that are applicable to all federal agencies. And DOE has also recently updated our agency-specific NEPA regulations. And these changes will have some impact on how we comply with NEPA, but overall the mandate is the same as it has been since the law was enacted in 1970. So proponents of NEPA, and you surprise, there are proponents of NEPA, view NEPA as an essential tool that helps agencies plan and manage federal actions in a responsible way. By requiring consideration of the potential environmental implications of an action before decisions are made. Critics, unsurprisingly, there are critics of NEPA. Critics argue that NEPA creates a complicated array of requirements and introduces logistical delays that add expense and stall agency actions. Critics also argue that those who disapprove of a project will use NEPA as a basis for litigation to delay or to stop a project. NEPA practitioners like myself and others at DOE, we work really hard to make the NEPA process valuable to the public, to the project proponent, to the decision maker, to the agency, and to the federal government as a whole. And DOE, I'll say, is committed to complying with the requirements of NEPA and the applicable implementing regs in the most efficient and effective manner possible. So, bottom line up front, you might be asking yourself, why does NEPA get this prime after lunch spot in this otherwise really exciting day of speakers about carbon management? And the answer is actually pretty simple. The reason we talk so much about NEPA at events like this and in general is that federal funding is a major federal action that is subject to NEPA review. This means that for every project funded by DOE, we have NEPA requirements. Now, we'll take that a step further. This means that every activity and every project dollar, whether that's federal or cost share, must have an associated NEPA review, and and DOE must reach a final NEPA decision before work can start. So very simple, very simply, we, the collective we cannot execute a federally funded project until we've completed NEPA. So that's why I'm here. You know, taking that into consideration, it's also important to recognize that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to NEPA compliance. Every project will have unique circumstances that will require a thoughtful and tailored compliance strategy, and we will need to work together, project proponents and DOE, to identify and address unique challenges and opportunities of each NEPA review. Also, because NEPA is such a critical component of executing federally funded projects, I encourage everyone to think about NEPA early in the project planning process. Think about it early as you're developing applications to NOFOs, early in award negotiations, and then throughout project execution. And I encourage each project proponent to consider bringing expertise to your team, NEPA expertise to your team, and relying on those NEPA experts for advice and input. The fundamentals of NEPA. When we talk about NEPA, we typically start with, there are 3 levels of NEPA review. The categorical exclusion, an environmental assessment, and the environmental impact statement. Moving from CX to EIS, there is an increasing level of complexity of the analysis, and also increasing time and cost to complete the process. So to just define a categorical exclusion, as it says, CX is a class of action that DOE has determined normally would not individually or cumulatively have the potential for significant environmental impacts. Now, DOE has approximately 150 CXs in our regulations. Administrative and project management activities, research and development, and certain pilot actions are included in DOE's list of CXs. And it's not to say that actually completing a CX is not complicated. Project activities that are categorically excludable may still require consultation with other entities. For example, with Fish and Wildlife Service under Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act, and with state historic preservation officers under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and with tribes who may have an interest in the project area. Typically, though, once all of the information is available and we've completed any required consultations, completing a categorical exclusion is relatively quick, generally drafted and approved in a matter of weeks. Moving on to an environmental assessment. Getting more complicated, taking a little bit longer. An EA is a concise document, that's what they're supposed to be, used to comply with NEPA when a CX is not appropriate and when an EIS is not appropriate. So the content of an EA should be really limited to what is necessary to demonstrate that DOE has taken a hard look at the environmental impacts of a proposed action and alternatives, and that proposal, and this is key, would not result in significant environmental impacts. Currently, the CEQ regulations include both a page and time limits for EAs. Federal agencies are required to complete EAs within 1 year, and EAs are required to be 75 pages or less. So the point of these requirements is to ensure that agencies conduct NEPA as efficiently and expeditiously as possible. Okay, moving down the page, time and complexity increasing as we get to an environmental impact statement. An EIS is required when a proposed action is expected to result in significant effects on the human environment. And I'll say that, contrary to popular belief, EISs are not supposed to be encyclopedic. They're not supposed to be thousands of pages of indecipherable science. EISs should really discuss the potential impacts of the proposed action and alternatives sort of in proportion to their significance. So you spend a lot of time talking about and analyzing impacts that are significant, and you dismiss from further analysis those that your project won't impact. EISs have to discuss and evaluate reasonable alternatives to the proposed action. And reasonable alternatives are those that are technically and economically feasible and meet the purpose and need for the funding action. Like EAs, EISs currently have both page and time limits. I know what they are, but I wrote them down. Sorry. EISs are required to be completed in 2 years, and EISs are required to be 150 pages or less. Or if your project is a project of unusual scope or complexity, we get 300 pages. And I'll say that 150 pages and 300 pages, those are very brief environmental impact statements. So again, the regulations are to encourage good analysis and clear presentation of materials. And speaking for OCED, if OCED determines, if DOE determines that your project requires an EA or an EIS, typically we use what's like a third-party arrangement where the project proponent hires a NEPA contractor to prepare a NEPA document on behalf of DOE. And we can talk a little bit more about that in some coming slides. And if you have questions on that, hopefully we'll have time for questions at the end. But that third-party arrangement is really key to our success. Well, now everything's falling apart. All right. Projects, clean energy demonstration projects, carbon management projects typically require compliance with dozens of federal, state, tribal, and local laws. And most federal agencies, including DOE, use the NEPA process as an umbrella statute. So that means that NEPA provides a framework to coordinate and demonstrate compliance with other studies, reviews, consultations required by any other environmental laws. Now, compliance with NEPA doesn't by itself ensure compliance with these other laws, but the NEPA process is an avenue that we demonstrate compliance with the other laws. And I mentioned Section 106 and Section 7 before. Like NEPA, Section 106 and Section 7 are look before you leap requirements that apply to federal financial assistance actions. Section 106 requires us, federal agencies, to consider the effects on historic properties. And Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act requires us, federal agencies, to consider federally listed species and critical habitat. And like NEPA, these processes need to be complete before work can start. Very critical. So NEPA is a federal requirement, and unless your project has federal involvement, whether that's funding, a federal loan, a federal permit, your project might be located on federal land, you won't be required to complete NEPA without a federal nexus. But if your project is part of a major federal action, for example, you've been selected to receive funding from the Department of Energy, your project is subject to NEPA review, and you will have a role in that process. DOE typically requires applicants to provide information in support of the NEPA review process, including a detailed description of the proposed project and all of its components, the baseline environmental conditions at the proposed project site, and any early understanding of potential effects that would result from implementation of the projects. Different DOE program offices use different mechanisms to gather this initial information. You might be asked to complete an environmental questionnaire, an environmental report, or in the case of OCED, and I think Gokul mentioned this earlier, an environmental information volume. And regardless of what the individual program office calls it, the intent is the same, and it's to provide DOE with the information required to determine what level of NEPA review is required, a CX, an EA, or an EIS. And again, if an EI or EIS is required, it's typical for the financial assistance recipient to hire a third-party NEPA contractor to prepare a DOE document at DOE's direction. So you get to participate in all of the fun. So if you've ever asked a question about NEPA, I would bet a large sum of money that the first response you got back was, it depends. That is it's typically the first thing that you'll hear, and frankly, it is it's the most accurate answer to most NEPA questions. And I understand, we as NEPA practitioners understand that it's really frustrating, but there's a reason that that's the case. Each NEPA analysis is both project-specific and site-specific. And we know that each project will have unique circumstances, from the project details to the proposed location or locations, and therefore each project is going to have its own NEPA compliance strategy. And there are just tons of factors that impact the NEPA strategy for any given project. Like I mentioned, the proposed location, the baseline environmental conditions, connected actions, and other federal involvement, government-to-government tribal consultation, and public sentiment. So all of those things go together, and they inform the level of NEPA review required, the scope of that NEPA review, what baseline environmental studies and surveys may be needed to inform the NEPA review, what other consultations are required, whether there are cooperating agencies, what the public participation strategy is, and all of this collectively informs the NEPA schedule and also the cost to complete the NEPA process. So the more information you provide when you ask a NEPA question, the more likely you're going to get a more helpful answer than it depends. So all of that said, over time, we have identified a number of best practices that really generally yield better results in completing NEPA reviews. And we've listed them on the slide here, but we heard this earlier today from the panel. incorporating NEPA considerations at the earliest stages of planning and hiring the right experts to support the process and go a long way towards setting up the process for success. If you fail to think about NEPA early in the planning process and you don't have experienced NEPA folks on your team, it can really lead to not leaving sufficient time to complete the NEPA process, and that leads to ineffective and inefficient execution of the process, all of which together can cause delays in construction and operation schedules, which no one wants. So not leaving sufficient time for NEPA can cost more, not just in terms of what resources are needed to complete the process in a hurry. It can also result in pressure to cut corners on the process, and cutting corners on the process, on the NEPA process, like opting for shorter public comment periods or something like that arbitrarily, it's really unlikely to serve the best interest of the project. And you know, it's no secret that NEPA takes time and it costs money. So failing to incorporate NEPA into project schedules and budgets from the outset will inevitably cause issues in implementation. As you're developing your project schedule and budget, it's really important to be realistic about the time and cost that might be associated with the NEPA review process, particularly if your team is new to NEPA and haven't had the opportunity to have that experience yet. It's important to plan for meaningful coordination with tribes, agencies, and other stakeholders. Each EA and EIS should have a detailed public participation plan. Tribal coordination and public participation in the NEPA process should be thoughtfully planned and executed, and DOE needs to be prepared to address and incorporate the input that we receive. And this could involve modifying the analysis in the EA or EIS, and it could also involve making changes to the project. So starting NEPA at the right time, you know, we all harp on starting the NEPA process early because it takes time and we don't want to cause delays in the schedule, but truthfully, you can start NEPA too early. The NEPA process should really begin when there's a reasonably stable proposed project description that's unlikely to substantially change, and when we have sufficient environmental baseline data to conduct a meaningful analysis. It might be, you know, you might be thinking, well, why is she saying now we should start later instead of earlier? But just starting NEPA when the scope of the project isn't reasonably well defined results in rework, which costs, again, both time and money. That said, a project doesn't have to be 100% defined for the project to begin. We actually can incorporate the analysis of alternatives. If there's actually a range of alternatives you're thinking about, we can evaluate that in the EA or EIS. But the major project elements should be developed to the extent that they can support at least a bounding analysis of impacts. And again, all of this needs to be done before OCED, before DOE can provide funding in support of a project. Identifying existing resources. NEPA specifically instructs agencies to not duplicate work. So if there are existing NEPA documents, existing studies or technical reports, those can be incorporated by reference into the NEPA review. And it's definitely worthwhile to investigate what existing resources can inform our analysis rather than repeating work that's already been completed. Last but not least, follow the process. NEPA is a procedural statute, and I'm saying that to us because it's DOE's responsibility to follow the process. Follow the process. CEQ and DOE NEPA regulations spell out really specific process requirements. And we, as OCED, intend to follow the process, and we ask for your assistance to comply with our legal requirements. So doing that front-end planning early to ensure that DOE has enough time to follow the process is critical. And I'll say that, you know, if your project is selected and you're in negotiations or you've got an initial award, I encourage you to reach out and talk to your DOE NEPA specialists early and often. You'll hear that phrase in NEPA a lot, early and often. Ask us questions and don't get frustrated when we say it depends as our first response, but we'll have a dialogue and we'll participate in the NEPA process together. We are here to facilitate the successful execution of NEPA for your project, and we just need to work together to make that happen. A couple of final notes. Obviously, you all know that the funding programs established by Bill and IRA have resulted in programs that span DOE offices, you know, OCED, NETL, the Loan Programs Office, for example. And while there's no one-size-fits-all to the NEPA process, the DOE NEPA community, we are working internally to coordinate our approaches, our processes, and our decision-making process. And as I mentioned at the top of the presentation, we are in a unique situation right now. CEQ has issued revised NEPA regulations. The Fiscal Responsibility Act introduced changes to NEPA, and DOE issued new NEPA, revised NEPA regulations. So we're just in sort of this unique dynamic situation after 50 years, maybe not quite 50 years, about a lot of years without change. The regulations were updated, and interpretations of the new regs and laws are still underway, and really they are subject to change as a result of litigation. So collectively, we need to be prepared to check our assumptions and be prepared for NEPA to not look exactly like it's looked for all these years. And what I think that means is that it's even more important to engage with the NEPA specialists in the NEPA program office that you're working with. And again, we are here to ensure that the federal requirements are met in the most efficient and effective way possible to support the projects that we've selected. So with all of that on NEPA, I think we have plenty of time for Q&A. And John, you have your running shoes on. I'm happy to talk about anything.
Don't be shy.
Thank you very much. My name is John Pimentel from 280 Earth. So does the NEPA process need to be in process or at a certain stage of process prior to a DOE funding award being determined, or completely finished, done, sealed, inked?
So to enter into a financial assistance agreement, we have to complete a NEPA review. Now, the OCED phased approach to project management, I like to think, was sort of set up to accommodate us in that way, because what we're reviewing at that initial stage is activities proposed for the early planning and design phase of a project. So we can typically complete a categorical exclusion for those initial phase activities. So you have a final NEPA determination for that proposed work. And then during the award and during that planning and design and leading up to execution is when we do, I'll say, like the big NEPA. We'll do NEPA for the construction and operation phases during the active execution of your financial assistance agreement.
Is DOE the lead agency, or is the local government the lead agency?
If DOE is the only federal actor in your project, if there's no other federal involvement, DOE is the lead agency. If your project's on federal land, don't take his microphone.
And does that with DOE as the lead agency, does that create the nexus for all other federal agencies automatically? So you're the main point?
So the other federal nexus would have to exist on their own, but DOE would work with you to identify other federal agencies that have an action related to your projects, if any. Sometimes it's just DOE funding, and sometimes there are multiple federal agencies with an action.
Do you want to talk about California?
Do I want to talk about that's a pretty broad
California
question.
has its own NEPA process, so we have a project where we are working in tandem with them, right, to execute the assessment.
There are a lot of states across the nation that have I'll call them NEPA-like statutes. In California, it's the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. In Washington State, it's SEPA, State Environmental Policy Act. And so where there are both state and federal actions, we'll work to coordinate those reviews, again, to not be duplicative and to be as efficient as possible.
Hello, so I have a question about the cost. So the funding recipient pays the cost for the NEPA evaluation. Does that fall under our cost share obligations?
Yes. Speaking well out of my lane, I'm not a grants and agreements officer or contracting officer, but typically project funds, whether it's the federal or cost share, can be used to pay for the NEPA.
So for those of us that are assembling programs that we would like to propose to DOE, and we're thinking through, say, schedules and Gantt charts, obviously there's a certain amount that can be done in the site selection process, which is often, in the early stages of project formation, a thing that we could start considering NEPA relevance for. Do you have any recommendations for how we think about the establishment of NEPA within the timelines for the different phases that we'll be proposing to DOE? Because it can be critical path for some of those other activities.
Certainly, and I think site selection is an incredibly important part of that. I mean, I could talk about NEPA all day, different anecdotes about different projects that are very similar taking place in different places, different sites that have very different outcomes because of the resources in the area. But I would say that thinking about establishing schedules for phases, the simpler your phases, the less real world work you're proposing to do. If it's all design, engineering, paperwork studies, the NEPA for that is relatively easy. The more you get out into the world and do things on the ground that include ground disturbing activities like site characterization. Site characterization is something that DOE has a categorical exclusion for, but very often requires consultation to determine that there aren't sensitive resources in the project area before we can even issue the CX. So I would say as you're thinking about the later phases of your project, the more complex the work you're doing during that phase, plan for more NEPA and more time.
Quick question. What level of NEPA review is usually required for a retrofit at an existing facility?
Well, you're going to make me say it. It depends. But I would say that if you're, on the spectrum of least to most complex, if you're doing a construction project at a greenfield where there's no existing facility, most complex. If you're doing engineering and design and paperwork studies, least complex, and retrofitting existing facilities, kind of in the middle. If you're not making major expansions to a footprint, if you're doing equipment swap out or things that sort of exist within your established operations, NEPA looks at the delta. We're not starting at the beginning. We would look at what are the changes that your project is going to cause to happen at the existing operating facility. So, medium. Other questions? Don't let John ask me another one.
Hi. Question on coordination internal to DOE. So if there's a project that is kind of spanning multiple departments within DOE, say FECM and OCED, is the coordination of the NEPA review for that something that you guys take care of internally, or should the applicant be expected to provide input to NEPA analysis on both sides?
That is an excellent question. I think that at the very least, a flag, hey, we also have a project that looks exactly like this, that we're getting this support from another office, and this is what they've already completed. The earlier we know about that, the more whichever part of DOE goes first can be inclusive in that review process. We have an example where NETL has completed an environmental assessment for a project that OCED is potentially proposing to provide funding to, and should the stars align and the scope that was analyzed in the NETL document match what OCED is inclusive of what OCED is funding, we'll use that document and not have to do our own. And so, having early heads up to the NEPA folks with the related actions is really helpful, so that we can cast a wide net the first go around with NEPA if possible. But I think most likely the recipient interaction would be with whatever part of DOE is doing that first, and hopefully broad scope NEPA review. But you'll get to talk to everybody. Promise. So did I say it enough times? NEPA takes time, costs money, plan for it. We're happy to provide input and expertise along the way. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Janelle Armijo. I'm the DAC Hub's program manager, and I'm going to be moderating this panel today. Our panel, we've got short up there, but it's what makes a successful partnership. We thought this would provide some informative and helpful information for you all, as many of the questions that we get from a lot of folks that we meet with are how do we create a partnership and different aspects about partnerships. So with that, today we have gathered here on the panel 3 of our project recipients and partners to answer some of these questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to each of the individuals to talk a little bit about themselves and their project partnerships. So Matt?
Check. Hi everyone, my name is Matt Young. I'm with Battelle, and I'm the project manager for the Project Cypress DAC Hub in Louisiana. So thanks for having me here. Just a little bit about Battelle. Battelle has been around for almost 100 years now, doing science and technology as a nonprofit. We manage, I guess we partner, our topic's partnerships here, partner with companies and the government for impactful projects of many kinds. You may have heard of the National Ecological Observatory Network, NEON. That's something that Battelle manages ecological sensors around the country for the purpose of supporting research, and also a large project supporting research in the Arctic. So these are multi-party, multi-company efforts in partnership with the government, where we've done a lot of work in these sorts of things. In carbon capture and storage specifically, we've been involved in that for the past 30 years actually, and have many government contracts, and now turning into quite a few commercial contracts. So we're looking to leverage government funding into more purely commercial contracts going forward. You've probably heard about the Midwest Regional Carbon Initiative, or the other regional initiatives about carbon capture and storage. Battelle has managed the MRCI and its predecessor for the past, I think, 15 plus years. So for DAC, Battelle is involved in several different DAC hubs. We're involved as a prime for one, subs for another, a vendor for a third. So we are familiar with these different roles, and pretty comfortable with how this works. So happy to answer any questions about that here today. I think partnerships, I'll just say real quick, it's very important to establish the trust, of course, if you're going to partner together. And that's something that Battelle takes very seriously. Whenever you're partnering with multiple companies, you need to be very sensitive to business information, sensitive business information, how to share that, how to protect it, and make sure that everyone comes out with a net benefit from the experience. So I'll leave it at that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Darylyn Roberts from Visage Energy. And just a bit of background about Visage Energy. We've been around for about 30 years, providing strategic guidance to companies within the area of the utility sector, energy sector, and industrial sector, and certainly around carbon management as well. Our focus really has been around kind of technology commercialization, technology advocacy, and more recently around specifically environmental justice and climate justice as it relates to stakeholder engagement. When we look at currently some of the projects that we're working on that are DOE funded, we're in a number of quite a few feed studies within the industrial sector as well as within the power sector. We're also working on quite a few carbon safe projects. as well as a number of the more recent DAC hubs that have been awarded, and primarily focusing on their community benefits plans recently, and in particular, as we saw from the community benefits plan great panel that we had, really trying to think strategically around what are ways to effectively customize an approach within different projects. Certainly, one size does not fit all, and it's critical to look at within the 4 different silos and 4 different components how to create community benefits and how to essentially understand and quantify. And in particular, we focus specifically as well on kind of quantifying and analyzing the benefits, the impacts in a way that the community can understand, and also supporting kind of the reporting aspect. With respect to the OCED projects that we are working on, certainly we are supporting one which is the Sutter Decarbonization Demo Project. And within that realm, we are focusing specifically, and we were able to support them clearly on developing the community benefits plan, which is quite robust, but also kind of throughout the process and now in the implementation phase, looking at, in particular, one area where, which I think is very unique and interesting is the connection with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory around understanding how to share out the data in a sort of platform that allows for the community to have access to the data, understanding what granular level they would like to sort of engage with the data, and then certainly kind of creating an iterative approach so that as data is brought back or feedback is brought, we incorporate that in. And then a second OCED project that we're working on, kind of on the pilot side, is the Cane Run project with the Kentucky utility company, specifically focusing there. I'll highlight something that is unique there, is the Community Advisory Committee. And so we're helping to support thinking through how to structure that, how to define membership, how to think through making sure that it's a broad base application and coalition of community voices and not just sort of the loudest voices as we sometimes can see. And certainly also kind of how we make sure that there's an iterative approach to incorporating that feedback into the project development process in that regard. So that just gives you a sense of the breadth and depth of what we're working on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Krish Raju. I'm a commercial lead for the Baytown CCS project. Work for Calpine, have been with Calpine for 12 plus years. Prior to that, worked in the Mid-Atlantic region for other development projects. And I think this is year 40 for Calpine, as we are an IPP developing power plants, operating power plants, and maintaining them. And as we kind of look at the future, CCS has been one of our journeys for the last 8+ years that we've been very focused on, and how to kind of take the next step in the decarbonization efforts. I've been involved with the CCS program at Calpine for 4+ years. There's a few other folks here from Calpine who've been here longer than that. But I think this is kind of an important element partnership. When we see this as a programmatic approach. I mean, we have about 70+ plants across the country. About 12 of them are low-hanging fruit for CCS development. We had to cherry pick who, what, when, how we develop these projects. And the long-term view on project development is something that we're used to with our combined cycle efforts back in the 2000s and prior to that. So we kind of took those learnings and how we kind of build the relationships over time, have committed partners that are willing to share certain risk. I mean, as I think the panel earlier said, the next 5-10 of these projects are going to be first of a kind. Hopefully not. You know, maybe there's some learnings we can take from the first few that we can adapt. I mean, OCED participating, helping us with, you know, getting them off the ground at both Baytown and Sutter is really a first step in that exercise. But the partnership is something that, you know, we look at EPC contractors, engineering companies, community players, other consultants. I mean, there's quite a few in this room who we work with on a day-to-day basis, including folks sitting at the table here. So this is something we pride in kind of maintaining that relationship. And, and we look forward to this conversation because this is a very important element because we expect this to be a very long horizon relationship that we want to maintain and be successful.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the questions now, and we're going to reserve about 5 minutes at the end for audience questions. So this first question is going over to Matt. As described in your introduction, one of your projects is made up of a prime recipient, sub-recipient relationship, where Battelle is actually the prime recipient. So there's multiple questions here. Can you describe how the partnership was formed and developed? What steps did you take to start establishing your team? And what kind of timelines have you seen associated with forming partnerships?
Well, I might start with the last if I could, and that the timeline. We've been establishing and working relationships for many years with a lot of people in this room and with a lot of people in this industry, and you never quite know when the next NOFO or FOA or whatever opportunity might be the nexus for the mutual goals that you have with the people that you have the network with. So I would say that for the Project Cypress, where Battelle is the prime, we have key subrecipients with Climeworks and with Heirloom DAC companies. And we also have a third-party contractor, NEPA support from Burns & Mac right now. So while these were long-term relationships, we first started many strings on what a DAC hub ought to be and who we might be able to work with. And in this case, I think it started back when the bipartisan infrastructure law was passed, and we started to connect in earnest with companies and think about how their goals and our goals match up, what sort of roles each party was looking to fill, and how we might be able to work together. So Battelle not having a DAC technology ourselves, of course, that's a key piece to bring to a DAC hub. What we found that where we thought we could bring value was in interfacing with the DOE, understanding requirements, shaping the proposal, submitting a compliant and compelling proposal. We have the role of project management. We're also supporting technical advisement, review of deliverables, and communications with OCED and among the team members. Of course, data, holding data secure between the parties is very important. And that is something that we feel like we bring a benefit to the group by coordinating the discussions and prompting to make sure that all the requirements are met from the government requirements. So the NOI came out, and we started meeting in person. I think it's really important the whiteboard sessions were really critical to pulling together the team and pulling together our proposal. So the goals, mutual goals among the parties, finding the right roles for each person, finding gaps where you might need to bring in additional people or additional parties, an MOU to capture all of this, and then moving into the concept and the proposing is really how this kind of came together.
Thank you, Matt. And I'm going to turn it over to Krish to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, Matt probably hit up most of the top items in this topic, but Calpine doesn't see a difference between a vendor versus a sub. We see it's a partner, and it could be a site host that we have a power plant that we work with versus DOE, working with DOE. Anything in between is fair game in how we deal with them, because we see everyone needs to contribute their fair share and how we kind of bring them to the table. I mean, one of the advantages we have or had is that having developed power plants, I mean, we always had the relationship with the local communities for 20 plus years now. That really kind of gave us a head start in how we think about, recommunicating something new that we're trying to do at these sites, right? I mean, obviously, everything starts there. We want to be sure they're behind us, because otherwise it is going to be a challenge. Even though it's a brownfield site and so on and so forth, it always becomes a challenge if you don't have your local folks supporting you. That, and then, some of the, and as Matt said, right, once these FOAs come, it's so fortunate for us that the funding opportunity got announced while we were wrapping up another key project, FEED, that FECM was, we were working on. So we already had most of the partners kind of aligned, and we just had to kind of translate that to the new project and how we kind of do that. So it really worked out from this particular FOA. But, again, the long-term relationships and long-term partnerships with folks in the local communities, but more so from the industry, because I know people hop from company to company, but the relationships are important. There are folks that we've worked 20, 25 years ago that we still work with, doing some of the legwork that we need to do. And, when you pick up the phone, you want to respond to you. I think that's been, at least from Calpine's perspective, we've been very successful in that, calling on those and actually getting feedback. And the most important part is, it's the trust thing. I think Matthew said that before, is folks want to see what you do and what you believe in and how you relay that message to them, so they believe in your story, so they can be partners for the long-term commitment. I think that's been our, I want to knock on wood, success story so far, and hopefully this will continue for a long time.
Well, thank you, guys. For this next question, I'm going to go to Daryl Lynn. Would you please describe why partnering with outside expert contractors for elements outside of the project partner's expertise, such as community benefits, can be helpful, and how are these partnerships traditionally formed?
Sure, absolutely. So I'll answer the question kind of in the context of kind of an external subcontractor, if you will. And I would say that it's incredibly beneficial in some ways. I think that if there is a solid partnership and, kind of in the interest of what Chris said, kind of when you, Calpine has been wonderful in terms of how they already have the relationships within the community. And so we're just essentially kind of highlighting those and thinking about strategic ways to bring them about and bring them to and build them into the community benefits plan. So I think that certainly will depend on kind of what sort of building blocks you have to work with. We have found working with an external partner like ourselves with respect to speed, it's very helpful because clearly in terms of the time frame that you have available to put together a CBP to apply to an application process, being able to have templates, analysis, being able to do the analysis that you need to do within the Justice 40 section and all of the other sections of the workforce preparedness section, we found that to be valuable, that we can kind of bring those templated approaches, but certainly needing to customize everything. I would say also within the implementation side, I think we certainly serve as kind of trusted intermediaries. But I also want to point out the importance of the fact that the community benefits plan can't be siloed. It really has to be integrated, and I think that's a difference that we see as well within the industry. Some folks really understand the importance of it being kind of integrated into and equally as important as the technical side, and needing to kind of have them both work together and have essentially the CPP folks kind of at the table when you're discussing all of the components of the project. And I think that's where it really works out well, in essence, because then certainly the community sees the project developer out there in the community discussing some of the key aspects of the project, and they understand that the project developer is not trying to just outsource this sort of aspect of the project. And so we found that to be very useful. And then to your last question about kind of how are these partnerships or engagements formed, I think it really comes down to kind of past performance, past relationships. It's truly, as you mentioned, an ecosystem here. And so I think in many instances we will get referrals from individuals that we've worked for in the past, and then certainly find ways to work with them. We've also had situations where individuals maybe weren't as successful in their first tranche around putting together a CVP, and so they'll come to us, and certainly then we'll kind of engage and become successful in that regard. So absolutely, I think they kind of come together organically, and in some ways sort of leveraging off the ecosystem.
Thank you, Daryl Lynn. With my next question, I'm going to shoot this one over to Krish because he kind of mentioned it as part of the last follow-on. So there are many aspects to engaging with partners, whether they're recipients, vendors, or contractors. And from a partnering perspective, this could potentially be somewhat daunting when you start like looking at all the players that come in. So here's a bundle of questions, and answer them any way you see fit. Are there any specific and/or existing forums that are being used for technologies to partner? What are the best ways to identify and engage with involved local partners who know their communities best? What resources did you use to find and initiate contact with your various partners?
That's a little loaded, but I'll start the easy one first. I mean, one thing, I mean, attending industry forums, you know, events like this, I mean, you get to know a lot of people. I mean, we're part of several consortiums, Carbon Capture Coalition, Houston Energy Transition Initiative, to name a few, right? I mean, there's a bunch of other ones that we participate in on a regular basis, where we kind of get to know other resources. And I'll give you an example. You know, NEPA. NEPA is not something that we're very active in, maybe not in California, but in other parts of the country. We did not have a good resource that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. So we went through a whole exercise identifying who could be a good partner, a player that could help in that exercise. So we talked to several people, interviewed several folks, and, you know, I think everything kind of revolves around, you know, which agencies really focus on something like NEPA, like an Army Corps or maybe even a DOE, and see who they generally deal with, and kind of narrowed it down to folks who worked on several of the federal projects. The other important element or way we kind of track this, there are folks who worked with DOE or worked for DOE and have since retired, who have a wealth of knowledge, information that we don't have direct information on, right? So we've kind of retained them, which could really help us kind of guide us through the process. I mean, this is something we're learning. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty much mostly in the private industry, which is very different than working with the government. It's a learning experience. I mean, so you want to get some of the experts on board as quickly as possible. That's one of the first things we did. Identified a few folks who worked on the Petronova project as an example, right? I mean, you know, who are retired happily in Houston area. You know, how it happens we're in Houston. So that kind of gave us the nexus to try to cherry pick and identify resources. And I think, like I said before, you know, kind of show and explain the Calpine story, what we're planning on doing, what we intend to do, and our commitment all the way from the CEO to folks at the ground level. That really kind of got these people on board to help us and kind of, I mean, there are folks I can tell you who wanted to work for no monies at all, which obviously we don't do that. That being said, you know, we really think this is something that we want to bring people together. And similarly, it's not just taking, but also giving. We've engaged with several folks that are interested in this space to kind of educate or help to the extent that we know what we can tell them about, without giving away trade secrets, you know, what is the mechanisms? How do you partner? Who do you go talk to for a technology partner? So on and so forth. I mean, this has been something, you know, being in Houston, being, you know, involved with several industrial partners for other projects. There is learnings that we get, but then we also share, because I think that's what kind of, you know, especially in some of these forums where we can't talk about project specific, but we can definitely talk about our experiences and sharing that. That is really how we've kind of built a relationship, and that's really what we think is paying dividends for us.
Daryl Lynn, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would just add one last component. I think the last question you asked of kind of how do you find sort of a engagement with the community. I think the key there is really sort of local advisors and sort of folks within the community that are trusted. And that's a key aspect that I think that in every project we really focus on. We don't do sort of that sort of boots on the ground work. We really look to find partners that can then bring that local expertise, and certainly that can actually be challenging because there might be multiple people that represent different aspects of a community, because a community is not a monolith, right? It certainly can be affected. And when you look at some of the DAC hubs, it might be a wide region. So how do you then define the community and then the local experts? So certainly finding that, we found that that's probably the best strategy to bring into the mix, is that sort of local flavor. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going back to you, Darylyn, with this next question. So when a large established prime partners with a smaller company that has fewer established internal governance processes, what business culture considerations come into play when partnering? And how do you navigate these issues, and are steps taken at the outset of the partnership, or is it an ongoing process?
Yeah, I would say it's both. So with respect to our company, certainly we've been kind of working for now a decade. So I think early on certainly had to sort of augment some of our accounting systems and compliance systems. But now I think even when you sort of engage with a new partner, you do need to kind of slightly alter your systems to align well, and your protocols to align well. And so that's certainly a little bit of a discussion that needs to be had in kind of the application process, and certainly kind of in the negotiation process, to make sure that sort of things are aligned with what everyone is expecting, and that it doesn't cause delays as you continue down the process. One other thing that I will mention that is essential, and we found to be very important within the projects that we find to be very successful, is really early on deciding and assessing what are kind of the roles and responsibilities, right? Some because we could affect a number of different tasks. You sort of need to develop this kind of racy matrix so that you know what you'll be responsible for, and certainly kind of what you'll be contributing into, and kind of how you maybe will influence certain aspects of the different tasks. And I think that if that's done early in the process, and then certainly kind of on an ongoing basis, it needs to be addressed and looked at, post negotiations and even through the negotiations, to ensure that still everything is aligned with expectations. And I think that we found that to be the most beneficial, is to ensure that kind of those roles and responsibilities are well defined, and everyone understands where they can play, and certainly where they can add the most value, and from a core competency standpoint.
Thank you. So from the perspective of a prime and subrecipient, Matt, here's a two-pronged question for you. What do you see as benefits of partnering in a prime and subrecipient relationship? And how do you manage the complexity of multiple subrecipients?
Well, it is a strategic decision for any company to decide, I think, if they want to be a subrecipient vendor or a prime. I guess one advantage of taking the prime sub role is for a sub anyway, is to decide if it does take some certain skills, I guess, and lessons to work well with the government. There are lots of different requirements than in a commercial contract, and I think what has worked for the Cypress project is that the companies, Heirloom and Climeworks, who want to focus on commercial expansion in the U.S., they can do that. They don't need to acquire or build internal capability or hire consultants to work for that, the government, to satisfy all the government deliverables. So Battelle, with that history, can fill that role, and then our subs, Climeworks and Heirloom, can really focus on just executing their portion of the work without, and lean on Battelle in this case as a prime to do the interfaces with a lot of the government deliverables. With the large proposals, the proposals are challenging in terms of managing the multiple parties and making sure that you've got a good understanding, like Darylyn said, of roles and responsibilities, not only for the project, but for the proposal. Getting inputs from everyone and incorporating that into a single proposal is a challenge. But with a strong statement of work, RACI matrix has been very important for us. A cadence of connections. Sometimes they're bilateral connections, sometimes they're the whole team. That a combination has been really important for the Cypress project to manage multiple parties. Establishing standards for communications, establishing standards for media relations among all the parties, community engagement, all of those things are important elements that it's best to hit up front before you get into the heat of it, and be more confident and comfortable as you encounter challenges along the way.
Thank you, Matt. So I'm going to switch gears here just a bit and put some focus on, the government. And as a substantial partner, here's kind of a two-part question for Krish. Discuss your relationship in working with the government, and what is the biggest challenge of working with us?
I want to be careful what I say now, right? So, and I know, and that's why I want to be extraordinarily careful, John. But I think, there are regulations that the government has to manage within, and we need to negotiate a contract that has to be financeable, right? Economically viable. And the balancing act between the two is the biggest challenge, right? I mean, there's never a perfect solution. It took us a good time, and I'll just give you our Baytown CCS conversations, and I say conversation, not negotiations, John, because it started as, we didn't know each other. And typical, contract negotiations, we sit across the table day in and day out for a week, 10 days, 15 days, whatever it takes to negotiate a deal. Working with OCED, especially with this particular demo grant, it was a little bit drawn-out process because, they were negotiating with multiple people on multiple projects all at the same time, and sometimes the same people negotiating, especially the SMEs, right? I can tell you, as long as we came to the table prepared every week, every day, OCED showed up, which is kind of an important element in how we work with them. And the transparency, the trust between two sides over the first, I would say 6 weeks, 8 weeks, was really helpful, so that they knew where and what we're bringing to the table, not ridiculous requests, logical, reasonable requests, that and rational why we need the change on any of the standard terms and conditions. And did we succeed in everything? The answer is no. But within 6 months, between, I know Barb is here, between the Sutter project and the Baytown project, we were able to successfully negotiate 2 agreements, which I think is a testament to how both sides work together to collaborate and get to the finish line. Now, there's a lot more to the story, right? So we need to get from here to the real finish line. But I think getting to that first major step was an important element. And I think, I would say it has been relatively positive. And I'll be very candid, right? As we said, we had the partners, the right partners on our side who were guiding us where and what we could seek, how we could get there. And I think that was an important element so that we're not making unreasonable requests to OCED. I think that was very important. Us being educated enough to have the right people on our side to make sure we push where we need to, and we know where the outcome could be and how we prepare to mitigate that in our commercial arrangements. I think, and OCED played along the whole time. They've worked with us. They made sure that, because at the end of the day, I think Todd said it to someone, this is a cooperative agreement, right? Both sides needs to win. It's not one side winning. So we want to make sure this is something that is useful. And hopefully it's a model for the OCED team and how it goes. Obviously, our experience is very limited to just the 2 projects. You guys have seen more things. I'm sure OCED will give more insights into that.
Okay, and Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot with this one as well.
So I agree with what Chris said, that with this being a cooperative agreement, and we've seen that so far, is a real good collaboration with our government partners, whether it's assessing a new risk item and possible mitigations, programmatic challenges, or even hosting some of our community meetings. We've had great collaboration, I think, so far, and really has been supportive. And one thing that has surprised me, I guess, in a positive way, is how we collectively, as Project Cypress, have been willing to share some details behind the challenges that we're seeing, and found OCED in this case to be very receptive and supportive and helpful into problem solving together. So I think that's it's been a very positive experience so far. And the negotiations, like you said, were a challenge. I think we were one of the first going through a lot of those negotiations. Collectively, we were. And I think that's going to hopefully speed up going forward, and as those are more established and understood.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up for any questions that you all may have.
So I appreciated, sounds weird coming back. I appreciated how you all talked about how it's been a long journey for yourselves of coming to a lot of these conferences, meeting with different partners, and sort of getting involved in the space. I'm curious, sort of looking at it today, and if you were to sort of take the guidance that you had for when you were first stepping into this space, how you would advise other partners that are perhaps smaller companies or divisions of larger companies, like where is it in that value chain or in the partnership that you're seeing opportunity for new companies and new partners to come into? And what type of advice would you have for other companies that are, you know, scratching the surface, or individuals that are scratching the surface looking to get deeper in? How would you engage other than just, you know, kind of pound pavement at events like this?
I'll take a first cut. Is that going over the? Okay. One of the challenges, I think, is starting and meeting people and shaping a concept. And one of the things I've seen has been most successful for us, and not only the Project Cypress partnership, but other partnerships, is just coming in with a concept. It's going to be wrong, but it makes things move much faster if you just put that out there and say, hey, what if I did this and you did this? Let's talk through that scenario, rather than, what do you want to do? Well, I don't know, what do you want to do? Just putting out that concept, it helps accelerate the process, in my view.
I would just add from a smaller company's perspective, I think it's really important to define what your company excels at, what your core competency really is, and be able to express that when you do get into engagement opportunities, and not waver from that, because I think that you know, you want to excel in that regard, and then I think you'll continue to grow from that sense, right? And so I think it could be broad, you know, in any given area. We've sort of expanded where we've sort of provided guidance, but I think that fundamentally it comes back to, did we have that skill set in-house, and if we did, sort of expand it out and provide that as an offering.
I mean, good points. I think the only thing I would add is, I mean, not everyone knows everything, right? You know, identifying a key resource that could guide you where you have gaps could really help in kind of getting there. I mean, that's been our experience. I mean, Calpine has been in this business. We've negotiated several contracts. We never negotiated a full-blown contract with OCED. We didn't know everything. I mean, really, the good thing was to identify, I won't call the lawyers out, but lawyers, but more importantly, practically people who have worked with OCED or FECM or NETL in the past lives, those people have given excellent advice in, how we kind of get there. And or point to resources that could help us because, and that is really going to be the way to get there. And a lot of patience. That's the other thing I would say because it's not going to happen quickly and overnight.
Hi, my name is Danielle. I'm from Ramble. My question is around project teaming and partnerships, and how do you navigate successful project negotiations? So obviously when you're building the capital stack to figure out how to actually push the project through and get everybody to show their cards, how do you negotiate in good faith with a project that all want a team that all wants the project to go through, but they also have their unique stakeholder perspectives and their own unique stakeholder incentives?
So I'll give a specific example. I mean, we are the prime at Baytown CCS project, and we definitely need a few vendors who are critical EPC vendors that we need to kind of, and some of them are in the room this morning, but anyways, they obviously do not want to take on all the conditions and everything else that DOE puts on them. I mean, they're not obligated to being a vendor. But as a partner, I mean, it is our job to explain to them what it really means to them and the risk we would be taking, how we would share the risk. And it's the relationship we had with these vendors for a long time that helped us guide us through to get to the next stage. And I know it's easier said than done. We spent weeks, maybe more than a month or month and a half, just to renegotiate everything that we've told them what's coming down the pike 6 or 7 months ago. I mean, again, lawyers get involved, no one wants to take risk, and it's really us convincing them what is the right balance between what Calpine would take, what our partners would take, and how we kind of work that through.
I would just add that I think those are all good points. I would just add that establishing an MOU, a memorandum of understanding up front to say who's here and for what purpose and how we're going to move together collectively is very important. I know on the Project Cypress project, we just have a few subrecipients, a couple subrecipients, but on another project of Battelle's is the Arch 2 Hydrogen Hub. We're talking about 15 or more subrecipients there. So it's essential to have some sort of, an overarching party to bring all of that together and to manage the ups and downs of those relationships. But bringing everyone into one room, I know, has been very important to making headway on that. The circular emails to try to resolve how funds are being dispersed or how scope will change between the parties can just make things go so long, but we've found great benefit in just saying, we're going to do it, tear off the Band-Aid, let's have this discussion, and move forward from there.
I think those are great points. I'll just add one last point that I think, obviously structuring with MOU is critical, but I think also recognizing these are long-term relationships, because this project might progress to another project. I might start out as a feed that then progresses to a demo or to a pilot, and so I think it's really important to think about that, and so we always think about that, and so certainly I think that's why you sort of will see kind of repeat engagement, because I think people think kind of around negotiations, think about it from a long-term perspective as opposed to a very short-term maximize your sort of win rate, but really kind of thinking this is a broader context, and we all need to win in the end for it to be successful.
Great. I think we have time for one more. John, there.
Thank you all. Glenn Marowitz from Clarity. Janelle, this may be a question for you most. I'm curious, we talked about successful partnerships, but inevitably there may be problems with either partnerships or projects that require changes over time. How does OCED think about or deal with projects where partnerships change, either because the location changes, something about the community changes, the technology itself changes, where partnerships are no longer successful and different things need to happen? Thank you.
So I'll start by just generally saying that, change is expected and it's very likely that it's going to happen. I've never seen a single project that I've ever worked on stay the same and have the same partners or the same vendors or anything like that. So we know it's going to happen. What we've done, especially for the DAC program, is tried to set up what we call kind of a change control thresholds, where we've generally defined what some of these changes could look like, even whether there are partnerships and whatnot. And so we ask that when we're going to receive any types of these changes, that we get I'll just call it not a proposal, but it's like a change request that comes in, and it would outline the impacts and what additional risks are coming to play, all sorts of things along that manner. And then we kind of just bring it back in and pull in all of our SMEs, and we'll assess, that proposal. What are the risks here? What's going to happen to this project? Will it continue to be successful? So that's how I would answer that. And I believe Beth said last question. So really thank you all for being attentive, and I hope that you appreciated this panel. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Janelle Armijo. I'm the DAC Hub's program manager, and I'm going to be moderating this panel today. Our panel, we've got short up there, but it's what makes a successful partnership. We thought this would provide some informative and helpful information for you all, as many of the questions that we get from a lot of folks that we meet with are, how do we create a partnership, and different aspects about partnerships. So with that, today we have gathered here on the panel 3 of our project recipients and partners to answer some of these questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to each of the individuals to talk a little bit about themselves and their project partnerships. So Matt?
Check. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Young. I'm with Battelle, and I'm the project manager for the Project Cypress DAC Hub in Louisiana. So thanks for having me here. Just a little bit about Battelle. Battelle has been around for almost 100 years now, doing science and technology as a nonprofit. We manage, we partner, our topic's partnerships here, partner with companies and the government for impactful projects of many kinds. You may have heard of the National Ecological Observatory Network, NEON. That's something that Battelle manages, ecological sensors around the country for the purpose of supporting research, and also a large project supporting research in the Arctic. So these are multi-party, multi-company efforts in partnership with the government, where we've done a lot of work in these sorts of things. In carbon capture and storage specifically, we've been involved in that for the past 30 years, actually, and have many government contracts, and now turn into quite a few commercial contracts. So we're looking to leverage government funding into more purely commercial contracts going forward. You've probably heard about the Midwest Regional Carbon Initiative, or the other regional initiatives about carbon capture and storage. Battelle has managed the MRCI and its predecessor for the past, 15 plus years. So for DAC, Battelle is involved in several different DAC hubs. We're involved as a prime for one, subs for another, a vendor for a third. So we are familiar with these different roles, and pretty comfortable with how this works. So happy to answer any questions about that here today. I think partnerships, I'll just say real quick, is it's very important to establish the trust, of course, if you're going to partner together. And that's something that Battelle takes very seriously. Whenever you're partnering with multiple companies, you need to be very sensitive to business information, sensitive business information, how to share that, how to protect it, and make sure that everyone comes out with a net benefit from the experience. So I'll leave it at that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Darylyn Roberts from Visage Energy. And just a bit of background about Visage Energy. We've been around for about 30 years, providing strategic guidance to companies within the area of the utility sector, energy sector, and industrial sector, and certainly around carbon management as well. Our focus really has been around kind of technology commercialization, technology advocacy, and more recently around specifically environmental justice and climate justice as it relates to stakeholder engagement. When we look at currently some of the projects that we're working on that are DOE funded, we're in a number of quite a few feed studies within the industrial sector as well as within the power sector. We're also working on quite a few carbon safe projects, as well as a number of the more recent DAC hubs that have been awarded, and primarily focusing on their community benefits plans recently, and in particular, as we saw from the community benefits plan great panel that we had, really trying to think strategically around what are ways to effectively customize an approach within different projects. Certainly, one size does not fit all, and it's critical to look at within the 4 different silos and 4 different components how to create community benefits and how to essentially understand and quantify. And in particular, we focus specifically as well on kind of quantifying and analyzing the benefits, the impacts in a way that the community can understand, and also supporting kind of the reporting aspect. With respect to the OCED projects that we are working on, certainly we are supporting one which is the Sutter Decarbonization Demo Project. And within that realm, we are focusing specifically, and we were able to support them clearly on developing the community benefits plan, which is quite robust, but also kind of throughout the process and now in the implementation phase, looking at, in particular, one area where, which I think is very unique and interesting is the connection with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory around understanding how to share out the data in a sort of platform that allows for the community to have access to the data, understanding what granular level they would like to sort of engage with the data, and then certainly kind of creating an iterative approach so that as data is brought back or feedback is brought, we incorporate that in. And then a second OCED project that we're working on, kind of on the pilot side, is the Cane Run project with the Kentucky utility company, specifically focusing there. I'll highlight something that is unique there, is the Community Advisory Committee. And so we're helping to support thinking through how to structure that, how to define membership, how to think through making sure that it's a broad base application and coalition of community voices and not just sort of the loudest voices as we sometimes can see. And certainly also kind of how we make sure that there's an iterative approach to incorporating that feedback into the project development process in that regard. So that just gives you a sense of the breadth and depth of what we're working on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Krish Raju. I'm a commercial lead for the Baytown CCS project. Work for Calpine, have been with Calpine for 12 plus years. Prior to that, worked in the Mid-Atlantic region for other development projects. And I think this is year 40 for Calpine, as we are an IPP developing power plants, operating power plants, and maintaining them. And as we kind of look at the future, CCS has been one of our journeys for the last 8+ years that we've been very focused on, and how to kind of take the next step in the decarbonization efforts. I've been involved with the CCS program at Calpine for 4+ years. There's a few other folks here from Calpine who've been here longer than that. But I think this is kind of an important element partnership when we see this as a programmatic approach. I mean, we have about 70 plus plants across the country. About 12 of them are low-hanging fruit for CCS development. We had to cherry pick who, what, when, how we develop these projects. And the long-term view on project development is something that we're used to with our combined cycle efforts back in the 2000s and prior to that. So we kind of took those learnings and how we kind of build the relationships over time, have committed partners that are willing to share certain risk. I mean, as I think the panel earlier said, the next 5, 10 of these projects are going to be first of a kind. Hopefully not. You know, maybe there's some learnings we can take from the first few that we can adapt. I mean, OCED participating, helping us with, you know, getting them off the ground at both Baytown and Sutter is really a first step in that exercise. But the partnership is something that, you know, we look at EPC contractors, engineering companies, community players, other consultants. I mean, there's quite a few in this room who we work with on a day-to-day basis, including folks sitting at the table here. So this is something we pride in kind of maintaining that relationship. And, you know, and we look forward to this conversation because this is a very important element because we expect this to be a very long horizon relationship that we want to maintain and be successful.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the questions now, and we're going to reserve about 5 minutes at the end for audience questions. So this first question is going over to Matt. As described in your introduction, one of your projects is made up of a prime recipient, sub-recipient relationship, where Battelle is actually the prime recipient. So there's multiple questions here. Can you describe how the partnership was formed and developed? What steps did you take to start establishing your team? And what kind of timelines have you seen associated with forming partnerships?
Well, I might start with the last if I could, and that the timeline. We've been establishing and working relationships for many years with a lot of people in this room and with a lot of people in this industry, and you never quite know when the next NOFO or FOA or whatever opportunity might be the nexus for the mutual goals that you have with the people that you have the network with. So I would say that for the Project Cypress, where Battelle is the prime, we have key subrecipients with Climeworks and with Heirloom DAC companies. And we also have a third-party contractor, NEPA support from Burns and Mack right now. So while these were long-term relationships, we first started many strings on what a DAC hub ought to be and who we might be able to work with. And in this case, I think it started back when the bipartisan infrastructure law was passed, and we started to connect in earnest with companies and think about how their goals and our goals match up, what sort of roles each party was looking to fill, and how we might be able to work together. So Battelle not having a DAC technology ourselves, of course, that's a key piece to bring to a DAC hub. What we found that where we thought we could bring value was in interfacing with the DOE, understanding requirements, shaping the proposal, submitting a compliant and compelling proposal. We have the role of project management. We're also supporting technical advisement, review of deliverables, and communications with OCED and among the team members. Of course, data, holding data secure between the parties is very important. And that is something that we feel like we bring a benefit to the group by coordinating the discussions and prompting to make sure that all the requirements are met from the government requirements. So the NOI came out, and we started meeting in person. I think it's really important the whiteboard sessions were really critical to pulling together the team and pulling together our proposal. So the goals, mutual goals among the parties, finding the right roles for each person, finding gaps where you might need to bring in additional people or additional parties, an MOU to capture all of this, and then moving into the concept and the proposing is really how this kind of came together.
Thank you, Matt. And I'm going to turn it over to Krish to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think, I mean, generally speaking, Matt probably hit up most of the top items in this topic, but Calpine doesn't see a difference between a vendor versus a sub. We see it's a partner, and it could be a site host that we have a power plant that we work with versus DOE, working with DOE. Anything in between is fair game in how we deal with them, because we see everyone needs to contribute their fair share and how we kind of bring them to the table. I mean, one of the advantages we have or had is that having developed power plants, I mean, we always had the relationship with the local communities for 20 plus years now. That really kind of gave us a head start in how we think about, recommunicating something new that we're trying to do at these sites, right? I mean, obviously, everything starts there. We want to be sure they're behind us, because otherwise it is going to be a challenge. Even though it's a brownfield site and so on and so forth, it always becomes a challenge if you don't have your local folks supporting you. That, and then, some of the, and as Matt said, right, once these FOAs come, it's so fortunate for us that the funding opportunity got announced while we were wrapping up another key project, FEED, that FECM was, we were working on. So we already had most of the partners kind of aligned, and we just had to kind of translate that to the new project and how we kind of do that. So it really worked out from this particular FOA. But, again, the long-term relationships and long-term partnerships with folks in the local communities, but more so from the industry, because I know people hop from company to company, but the relationships are important. There are folks that we've worked 20, 25 years ago that we still work with, doing some of the legwork that we need to do. And, when you pick up the phone, you want it to respond to you. I think that's been, at least from Calpine's perspective, we've been very successful in that, calling on those and actually getting feedback. And the most important part is, it's the trust thing. I think Matthew said that before, is folks want to see what you do and what you believe in and how you relay that message to them, so they believe in your story, so they can be partners for the long-term commitment. I think that's been our, I want to knock on wood, success story so far, and hopefully this will continue for a long time.
Well, thank you, guys. For this next question, I'm going to go to Daryl Lynn. Would you please describe why partnering with outside expert contractors for elements outside of the project partner's expertise, such as community benefits, can be helpful, and how are these partnerships traditionally formed?
Sure, absolutely. So I'll answer the question kind of in the context of kind of an external subcontractor, if you will. And I would say that it's incredibly beneficial in some ways. I think that if there is a solid partnership and, kind of in the interest of what Krish said, kind of when you, Calpine has been wonderful in terms of how they already have the relationships within the community. And so we're just essentially kind of highlighting those and thinking about strategic ways to bring them about and bring them to and build them into the community benefits plan. So I think that certainly will depend on kind of what sort of building blocks you have to work with. We have found working with an external partner like ourselves with respect to speed, it's very helpful because clearly in terms of the time frame that you have available to put together a CBP, to apply to an application process, being able to have templates analysis, being able to do the analysis that you need to do within the Justice 40 section and all of the other sections of the workforce preparedness section, we found that to be valuable, that we can kind of bring those templated approaches, but certainly needing to customize everything. I would say also within the implementation side, I think we certainly serve as kind of trusted intermediaries But I also want to point out the importance of the fact that the community benefits plan can't be siloed. It really has to be integrated, and I think that's a difference that we see as well within the industry. Some folks really understand the importance of it being kind of integrated into and equally as important as the technical side, and needing to kind of have them both work together and have essentially the CPP folks kind of at the table when you're discussing all of the components of the project. And I think that's where it really works out well, in essence, because then certainly the community sees the project developer out there in the community discussing some of the key aspects of the project, and they understand that the project developer is not trying to just outsource this sort of aspect of the project. And so we found that to be very useful. And then to your last question about kind of how are these partnerships or engagements formed, I think it really comes down to kind of past performance, past relationships. It's truly, as you mentioned, an ecosystem here. And so I think in many instances we will get referrals from individuals that we've worked for in the past, and then certainly find ways to work with them. We've also had situations where individuals maybe weren't as successful in their first tranche around putting together a CBP, and so they'll come to us, and certainly then we'll kind of engage and become successful in that regard. So absolutely, I think they kind of come together organically, and in some ways sort of leveraging off the ecosystem.
Thank you, Darylyn. With my next question, I'm going to shoot this one over to Krish because he kind of mentioned it as part of the last follow-on. So there are many aspects to engaging with partners, whether they're recipients, vendors, or contractors. And from a partnering perspective, this could potentially be somewhat daunting when you start like looking at all the players that come in. So here's a bundle of questions, and answer them any way you see fit. Are there any specific and/or existing forums that are being used for technologies to partner? What are the best ways to identify and engage with involved local partners who know their communities best? What resources did you use to find and initiate contact with your various partners?
That's a little loaded, but I'll start the easy one first. I mean, one thing, I mean, attending industry forums, you know, events like this, I mean, you get to know a lot of people. I mean, we're part of several consortiums, Carbon Capture Coalition, Houston Energy Transition Initiative, to name a few, right? I mean, there's a bunch of other ones that we participate in on a regular basis, where we kind of get to know other resources. And I'll give you an example. You know, NEPA. NEPA is not something that we're very active in, maybe not in California, but in other parts of the country. We did not have a good resource that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. So we went through a whole exercise identifying who could be a good partner, a player that could help in that exercise. So we talked to several people, interviewed several folks, and, you know, I think everything kind of revolves around, you know, which agencies really focus on something like NEPA, like an Army Corps or maybe even a DOE, and see who they generally deal with, and kind of narrowed it down to folks who worked on several of the federal projects. The other important element or way we kind of track this, there are folks who worked with DOE or worked for DOE and have since retired, who have a wealth of knowledge, information that we don't have direct information on, right? So we've kind of retained them, which could really help us kind of guide us through the process. I mean, this is something we're learning. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty much mostly in the private industry, which is very different than working with the government. It's a learning experience. I mean, so you want to get some of the experts on board as quickly as possible. That's one of the first things we did. Identified a few folks who worked on the Petronova project as an example, right? I mean, you know, who are retired happily in Houston area. You know, how it happens, we're in Houston. So that kind of gave us the nexus to try to cherry pick and identify resources. And I think, like I said before, you know, kind of show and explain the Calpine story, what we're planning on doing, what we intend to do, and our commitment all the way from the CEO to folks at the ground level. That really kind of got these people on board to help us, and kind of, I mean, there are folks I can tell you who wanted to work for no monies at all, which obviously we don't do that. That being said, you know, we really think this is something that we want to bring people together. And similarly, it's not just taking, but also giving. We've engaged with several folks that are interested in this space to kind of educate or help to the extent that we know, what we can tell them about, without giving away trade secrets, what is the mechanisms? How do you partner? Who do you go talk to for a technology partner? So on and so forth. I mean, this has been something, being in Houston, being, involved with several industrial partners for other projects. There is learnings that we get, but then we also share, because I think that's what kind of, especially in some of these forums where we can't talk about project specific, but we can definitely talk about our experiences and sharing that. That is really how we've kind of built a relationship, and that's really what we think is paying dividends for us.
Daryl Lynn, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would just add one last component. I think the last question you asked of kind of how do you find sort of a engagement with the community. I think the key there is really sort of local advisors and sort of folks within the community that are trusted. And that's a key aspect that I think that in every project we really focus on. We don't do sort of that sort of boots on the ground work. We really look to find partners that can then bring that local expertise, and certainly that can actually be challenging because there might be multiple people that represent different aspects of a community, because a community is not a monolith, right? It certainly can be affected. And when you look at some of the DAC hubs, it might be a wide region. So how do you then define the community and then the local experts? So certainly finding that, we found that that's probably the best strategy to bring into the mix, is that sort of local flavor. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going back to you, Darylyn, with this next question. So when a large established prime partners with a smaller company that has fewer established internal governance processes, what business culture considerations come into play when partnering? And how do you navigate these issues, and are steps taken at the outset of the partnership, or is it an ongoing process?
Yeah, I would say it's both. So with respect to our company, certainly we've been kind of working for now a decade. So I think early on certainly had to sort of augment some of our accounting systems and compliance systems. But now I think even when you sort of engage with a new partner, you do need to kind of slightly alter your systems to align well and your protocols to align well. And so that's certainly a little bit of a discussion that needs to be had in kind of the application process, and certainly kind of in the negotiation process, to make sure that sort of things are aligned with what everyone is expecting, and that it doesn't cause delays as you continue down the process. One other thing that I will mention that is essential, and we found to be very important within the projects that we find to be very successful, is really early on deciding and assessing what are kind of the roles and responsibilities, right? Some because we could affect a number of different tasks. You sort of need to develop this kind of RACI matrix so that you know what you'll be responsible for, and certainly kind of what you'll be contributing into, and kind of how you maybe will influence certain aspects of the different tasks. And I think that if that's done early in the process, and then certainly kind of on an ongoing basis, it needs to be addressed and looked at, post negotiations and even through the negotiations, to ensure that still everything is aligned with expectations. And I think that we found that to be the most beneficial, is to ensure that kind of those roles and responsibilities are well defined, and everyone understands where they can play, and certainly where they can add the most value, and from a core competency standpoint.
Thank you. So from the perspective of a prime and subrecipient, Matt, here's a two-pronged question for you. What do you see as benefits of partnering in a prime and subrecipient relationship? And how do you manage the complexity of multiple subrecipients?
Well, it is a strategic decision for any company to decide, I think, if they want to be a subrecipient vendor or a prime. I guess one advantage of taking the prime sub role is, for a sub anyway, is to decide if it does take some certain skills, I guess, and lessons to work well with the government. There are lots of different requirements than in a in a commercial contract. And I think what has worked for the Cypress project is that the companies, Heirloom and Climeworks, who want to focus on commercial expansion in the US, they can do that. They don't need to acquire or build internal capability or hire consultants to work for that, the government, to satisfy all the government deliverables. So Battelle, with that history, can fill that role, and then our subs, Climeworks and Heirloom, can really focus on just executing their portion of the work without, and lean on Battelle in this case as a prime to do the interfaces with a lot of the government deliverables. With the large proposals, the proposals are challenging in terms of managing the multiple parties and making sure that you've got a good understanding, like Darrell said, of roles and responsibilities, not only for the project, but for the proposal, getting inputs from everyone and incorporating that into a single proposal is a challenge. But with a strong statement of work, RACI matrix has been very important for us. A cadence of connections. Sometimes they're bilateral connections, sometimes they're the whole team. That a combination has been really important for the Cypress project to manage multiple parties. Establishing standards for communications, establishing standards for media relations among all the parties, community engagement, all of those things are important elements that it's best to hit up front before you get into the heat of it, and be more confident and comfortable as you encounter challenges along the way.
Thank you, Matt. So I'm going to switch gears here just a bit and put some focus on, the government. And as a substantial partner, here's kind of a two-part question for Krish. Discuss your relationship in working with the government, and what is the biggest challenge of working with us?
I want to be careful what I say now, right? So, and I know, and that's why I want to be extraordinarily careful, John. But I think, there are regulations that the government has to manage within, and we need to negotiate a contract that has to be financeable, right, economically viable. And the balancing act between the two is the biggest challenge, right? I mean, there's never a perfect solution. It took us a good time, and I'll just give you our Baytown CCS conversations, and I say conversation, not negotiations, John, because it started as, we didn't know each other. And typical, contract negotiations, we sit across the table day in and day out for a week, 10 days, 15 days, whatever it takes to negotiate a deal. Working with OCED, especially with this particular demo grant, it was a little bit drawn-out process because, they were negotiating with multiple people on multiple projects all at the same time, and sometimes the same people negotiating, especially the SMEs, right? I can tell you, as long as we came to the table prepared every week, every day, OCED showed up, which is kind of an important element in how we work with them. And the transparency, the trust between two sides over the first, I would say 6 weeks, 8 weeks, was really helpful, so that they knew where and what we're bringing to the table, not ridiculous requests, logical, reasonable requests, that, and rational, why we need the change on any of the standard terms and conditions. And did we succeed in everything? The answer is no. But within 6 months, between, I know Barb is here, between the Sutter project and the Baytown project, we were able to successfully negotiate 2 agreements, which I think is a testament to how both sides work together to collaborate and get to the finish line. There's a lot more to the story, right? So we need to get from here to the real finish line. But I think getting to that first major step was an important element. And I think, I would say, it has been relatively positive. And I'll be very candid, right? As we said, we had the partners, the right partners on our side who were guiding us where and what we could seek, how we could get there. And I think that was an important element so that we're not making unreasonable requests to OCED. I think that was very important. Us being educated enough to have the right people on our side to make sure we push where we need to, and we know where the outcome could be and how we prepare to mitigate that in our commercial arrangements. I think, and OCED played along the whole time. I mean, they've worked with us. They made sure that, because at the end of the day, I think Todd said it to someone, this is a cooperative agreement, right? I mean, both sides needs to win. It's not one side winning. So we want to make sure this is something that is useful. And hopefully it's a model for the OCED team and how it goes. I mean, obviously our experience is very limited to just the 2 projects. You guys have seen more things. I mean, I'm sure OCED will give more insights into that.
Okay, and Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot with this one as well.
So I agree with what Chris said, that with this being a cooperative agreement, and we've seen that so far is a real good collaboration with our government partners, whether it's assessing a new risk item and possible mitigations, programmatic challenges, or even hosting some of our community meetings. We've had great collaboration, I think, so far, and really has been supportive. And one thing that has surprised me, I guess, in a positive way, is how we collectively, as Project Cypress, have been willing to share some details behind the challenges that we're seeing, and found OCED in this case to be very receptive and supportive and helpful into problem solving together. So I think that's it's been a very positive experience so far. And the negotiations, like you said, were a challenge. I think we were one of the first going through a lot of those negotiations. Collectively, we were. And I think that's going to hopefully speed up going forward, and as those are more established and understood.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up for any questions that you all may have.
So I appreciated, sounds weird coming back. I appreciated how you all talked about how it's been a long journey for yourselves of coming to a lot of these conferences, meeting with different partners, and sort of getting involved in the space. I'm curious, sort of looking at it today, and if you were to sort of take the guidance that you had for when you were first stepping into this space, how you would advise other partners that are perhaps smaller companies or divisions of larger companies, like where is it in that value chain or in the partnership that you're seeing opportunity for new companies and new partners to come into? And what type of advice would you have for other companies that are, scratching the surface, or individuals that are scratching the surface looking to get deeper in? How would you engage other than just, kind of pound pavement at events like this?
I'll take a first cut. Is that going over the? Okay. One of the challenges, I think, is starting and meeting people and shaping a concept. And one of the things I've seen has been most successful for us, and not only the Project Cypress partnership, but other partnerships, is just coming in with a concept. It's going to be wrong, but it makes things move much faster if you just put that out there and say, hey, what if I did this and you did this? Let's talk through that scenario, rather than, what do you want to do? Well, I don't know, what do you want to do? Just putting out that concept, it helps accelerate the process, in my view.
I would just add from a smaller company's perspective, I think it's really important to define what your company excels at, what your core competency really is, and be able to express that when you do get into engagement opportunities. and not waver from that, because I think that you want to excel in that regard, and then I think you'll continue to grow from that sense, right? And so I think it could be broad, in any given area. We've sort of expanded where we've sort of provided guidance, but I think that fundamentally it comes back to, did we have that skill set in-house, and if we did, sort of expand it out and provide that as an offering.
I mean, good points. I think the only thing I would add is, I mean, not everyone knows everything, right? Identifying a key resource that could guide you where you have gaps could really help in kind of getting there. I mean, that's been our experience. I mean, Calpine has been in this business. We've negotiated several contracts. We never negotiated a full-blown contract with OCED. We didn't know everything. I mean, really, the good thing was to identify, I won't call the lawyers out, but lawyers, but more importantly, practically people who have worked with OCED or FECM or NETL in the past lives. Those people have given excellent advice in, how we kind of get there. And or point to resources that could help us, because, and that is really going to be the way to get there. And a lot of patience. That's the other thing I would say, because it's not going to happen quickly and overnight.
Hi, my name is Danielle. I'm from Ramble. My question is around project teaming and partnerships, and how do you navigate successful project negotiations? So obviously when you're building the capital stack to figure out how to actually push the project through and get everybody to show their cards, how do you negotiate in good faith with a project that all want a team that all wants the project to go through, but they also have their unique stakeholder perspectives and their own unique stakeholder incentives?
So I'll give a specific example. I mean, we are the prime at Baytown CCS project, and we definitely need a few vendors who are critical EPC vendors that we need to kind of, and some of them are in the room this morning, but anyways, they obviously do not want to take on all the conditions and everything else that DOE puts on them. I mean, they're not obligated to being a vendor. But as a partner, I mean, it is our job to explain to them what it really means to them and the risk we would be taking, how we would share the risk. And it's the relationship we had with these vendors for a long time that helped us guide us through to get to the next stage. And I know it's easier said than done. We spent weeks, maybe more than a month or month and a half, just to renegotiate everything that we've told them what's coming down the pike 6 or 7 months ago. I mean, again, lawyers get involved, no one wants to take risk, and it's really us convincing them what is the right balance between what Calpine would take, what our partners would take, and how we kind of work that through.
I would just add that I think those are all good points. I would just add that establishing an MOU, a memorandum of understanding up front, to say who's here and for what purpose, and how we're going to move together collectively is very important. I know on the Project Cypress project, we just have a few subrecipients, a couple subrecipients, but on another project of Battelle's is the ARCH-2 hydrogen hub. We're talking about 15 or more subrecipients there. So it's essential to have some sort of, an overarching party to bring all of that together and to manage the ups and downs of those relationships. But bringing everyone into one room, I know, has been very important to making headway on that. The circular emails to try to resolve how funds are being dispersed or how scope will change between the parties can just make things go so long, but we've found great benefit in just saying, we're going to do it, tear off the Band-Aid, let's have this discussion, and move forward from there.
I think those are great points. I'll just add one last point that I think, obviously structuring with MOU is critical, but I think also recognizing these are long-term relationships, because this project might progress to another project. I might start out as a feed that then progresses to a demo or to a pilot. And so I think it's really important to think about that. And so we always think about that. And so certainly I think that's why you sort of will see kind of repeat engagement, because I think people think kind of around negotiations, think about it from a long-term perspective as opposed to a very short-term maximize, your sort of win rate, but really kind of thinking this is a broader context, and we all need to win in the end for it to be successful.
Great. I think we have time for one more. John.
Thank you all. Glenn Marowitz from Clarity. Janelle, this may be a question for you most. I'm curious, we talked about successful partnerships, but inevitably there may be problems with either partnerships or projects that require changes over time. How does OCED think about or deal with projects where partnerships change, either because the location changes, something about the community changes, the technology itself changes, where partnerships are no longer successful and different things need to happen? Thank you.
So I'll start by just generally saying that, change is expected and it's very likely that it's going to happen. I've never seen a single project that I've ever worked on stay the same and have the same partners or the same vendors or anything like that. So we know it's going to happen. What we've done, especially for the DAC program, is try to set up what we call kind of a change control thresholds, where we've generally defined what some of these changes could look like, even whether there are partnerships and whatnot. And so we ask that when we're going to receive any types of these changes, that we get I'll just call it not a proposal, but it's like a change request that comes in, and it would outline the impacts and what additional risks are coming to play, all sorts of things along that manner. And then we kind of just bring it back in and pull in all of our SMEs, and we'll assess, that proposal. What are the risks here? What's going to happen to this project? Will it continue to be successful? So that's how I would answer that. And I believe Beth said last question. So really thank you all for being attentive, and I hope that you appreciated this panel.
Thank you all for coming. We're going to start with the finance panel here. We're going to talk about money. As you know, OCED money only gets you to a certain point. We have this concept of cost sharing, by which means that all of you are going to need to come up with your share, put some skin in the game to complement the OCED money that you're going to potentially get from these NOFOs. So I'm Martin Perez. I'm Associate Director of Carbon Management, so I oversee all 3 carbon management provisions. My team right now is really working very hard writing these NOFOs. We're in the process of doing the final edits. And once we do that, we're hoping to get this out on the schedule that you heard this morning. Our responsibility is going to be to oversee those projects as they advance through the development. But my job right now is to prevent you guys from heading to the bar, which I know that you guys are going to have an urge to head in that direction. And we have a great panel here of experts from the financial industry that are going to share with us some insights about and some maybe advice on how the world of money sort of interacts with the world of carbon capture, which I think is very interesting. So we're going to start here with Richard Chong, who is Vice President of Finance for Calpine. I mean, Richard has done some very cool transactions recently. He oversees all the sort of fundraising and debt raising for Calpine, including $3.5 billion or so of recent loans that qualify as green loans. I think one of them, $2 billion, has to do with geothermal, right? And then you have another $1 billion or so for a project on long-term batteries. And I think you also have like a $400 million revolver on renewable electricity. So that's a very good perspective there. We have Darren here, Darren Kneisly. Is that right name to pronounce your name? Okay. So you've been in the industry for 25 years or so. You help your clients raise money for projects, and it's always, I mean, you're focused on energy transition. And we also have Jan here. How do you pronounce your name? Kolnings. He's with LPO. LPO is a government agency that does the loan program. So it's a loan program office. Jan is going to speak in more detail about what LPO does. But basically, LPO operates almost like a bank in terms of underwriting sort of large debt for projects. Also, we've been for 30-something years in the industry. You're also a consultant and provide advice to a number of projects that are also sort of in the innovation space. And then last but not least, we have Anand here, Shankar. He's an investment banker. He's a managing director at Jefferies. Jefferies is the 7th largest investment bank in Wall Street and the fastest growing. He leads the energy transition group for Jefferies, and he has a number of clients also that operate in this space. So we're looking forward to his advice. So with that, we're going to get started. We're going to have a couple of questions for the panelists, and then we're going to open it up for the audience for you guys to chime in. Does that sound like a good plan? Yep, I'll take that as a yes. Okay, well, thank you. So Richard, we'll start with you. So from your perspective, and I guess this question also applies to the rest of you, what does it take to make an investment decision in this space? So what are you guys looking at in terms of a project when you think about making an investment decision, decide to invest, yes or no? And for those of you that are more sort of working as advisors to clients, what do you see your clients looking at when they make decisions about, jumping in projects in the energy transition space?
Thank you, Martin, Thank you, Martin, for the introduction. FID, what does that mean? I think our management, obviously that's a management decision and a board decision, will probably look at it very, very similar to what a project finance bank would look at it, i.e., we would need to lock down as much of the variables as possible. So if you have a construction contract, the EPC contract should have, the following elements. It should have a capped in terms of the budget. It should obviously be a bankable entity that is doing the construction. There should be a date certain by which they complete the construction, and there should be a set of performance guarantees backing the technology so that we can ensure that the technology as delivered would work. And then obviously, adjacent to that, you have liquidated damages if there is a delay in construction or if there's a failure to meet the performance targets. So that's one major element of a successful project financing. The other is to lock in the revenue stream. I mean, in terms of carbon capture, you have, the 45Q tax credits. Then, the amount there is $85. That's well known. So, bankers can model that out. Our internal modeling team can model that out. But for us, we're an electric company. So we are building the carbon capture unit to capture the flue gas from our existing cogeneration facilities. So our revenue stream will not only include the 45Q, it will also include the sale of power from the facility when completed. So we feel that there is a market for carbon-free dispatchable power, and it remains to be seen at what price we can execute those revenue agreements. But the intent is that we would enter into power purchase agreements with these customers who want long-term carbon-free power, and at least for the duration of the loan. And the third element here for carbon capture is obviously the sequestration and transportation element of the project. For Calpine, we are handing over the molecule over at the fence line to a partner. Obviously, the partner will need to have the expertise and to have access to the core space and be able to deliver the pipeline on time. And we would expect the partner to be able to backstop their performance obligations under the transportation and sequestration contract. So those are the three big elements that we think will need to complete in order for us to be able to hit FID.
Thank you for that. Darren, do you want to take a crack at that?
Sure. I think we got one working mic here. So we sit on the side with project development to bring parties together, and usually we're bringing private dollars to the table to match up, hopefully with corporate dollars or government funding. And the conversation we have on that side, really three to go along with the kind of directionality here. We need to bring in a lock on the feedstocks that are needed and available. So whether that's water, whether that's natural gas, electricity, renewable energy, that has to be defined and scoped before you can really have a conversation about what technology will be a fit, the efficiency of that technology, the cost that goes along with it, which is really the second piece. And then third, I think resoundingly is, do you have the offtake partner? Do you have the downstream economics? And what we're getting is market signals from private equity, family offices. Currently, over the last quarter, is what is my downside protection, which is a constant conversation, but what's my downside protection for diversified streams of revenue out of that partnership? So if 45Q does see a rollback to a lower value proposition, what's my utilization options? If we see that we have a match and support for feed to demonstration, what's my commercialization opportunity if that's not funded? So we spend, I think what we're seeing in the market and moving that capital is specifically focused on downside protection, along with being able to make the statement that from feedstock to revenue generation or offtake, you've got an answer that's not 25% of the overall project scope, but you're closer to 60, 70, 75% of that locked in before we can even really talk about funding a feed, before we even get to FID.
Thank you. You can take mine.
Yeah, at LPO, we write loans, right? So you can get more money from the DOE from LPO than from any other office, but you have to give it back. So that's with interest. So that's different. So we look for all of the same things and said, basically ring fencing the commercial risk. And in addition, what comes before that is eligibility. So is the project eligible for a DOE loan under one of the many statutes under which DOE can provide a loan or a loan guarantee? So that comes first. That's usually pretty quickly. The other criteria are very much the same, except we'll add NEPA, right, because it's federal money. But other than that, we're looking at the same. We want either a return for the equity or we want a return for the loan.
Thank you. So at Jefferies, we work with teams, developers, companies to raise money to achieve their objectives, or we work with investors around allocating capital into projects. The fascinating thing about the market today is that there's never been so much capital available for decarbonization opportunities as there is today, until tomorrow. Well, there's going to be even more capital. The velocity of capital formation is absolutely breathtaking around energy transition. What's been wanting is actually the pace of deployment. And when we take on an assignment, the question we really ask is, what's the probability of success around this project? Or said differently, what are the key risks that are out there? And what we hear the most are some of the things that my fellow panelists have highlighted. I'd say first and foremost from investors is this question: what's the technology risk? How do I know that this is going to go? How do I know this is going to work? The second is, what's the commercial strategy, both from a feedstock and an offtake perspective? I'd say the challenging thing that investors see today is that question has been very difficult to answer for most companies. They don't exactly know where the product is going. They don't know what it's going to be sold for, who's going to go take it, and what's a contractual structure or makeup. And then I think that the third question that we get from investors is, how do I know the team can go and deliver? How big is the team today? Who's managed an EPC contractor amongst the management team? Have they done this before? And to the extent that you can answer all of these questions, you're probably looking at something that's more like a project financing, which is lower cost of capital, and you can go and raise billions of dollars. To the extent that some of these questions are more difficult to answer, the solution is less like a project financing, less debt-like, and much more equity-like, more likely smaller dollars. I'd say the good thing is there's more and more interest around these types of opportunities, particularly carbon capture. The sort of onus is on the teams to be able to answer these questions. And at Jefferies, we really work hard to try to help them go and achieve their objectives and meet the questions investors have.
Thank you for that. I mean, there's some common themes there that I would like to highlight, because those are also things that we look at from OCED perspective. Remember, the whole point of OCED is to get commercial liftoff, right? So we are looking for projects that we can see line of sight to eventually meeting these criteria to attract private capital, right? Because we know that our money is not enough, right? So things like a diversified revenue stream, right, to manage your risk. So you're not putting all your eggs on the IRA basket, right? Richard was talking about premium power, right? That they can sell power, clean power at a premium to certain markets out there that have an interest in doing that. I think Darian also mentioned that from a perspective of, okay, what's your commercial strategy, right? Do you have a diversified revenue stream? How do I protect my downside, right? That's another thing that's important for investors. LPO is also looking from the same criteria. My hope is that some of our projects at OCED eventually get to the point where they can be eligible for LPO finance in the future, because that's what's going to really, get your debt cost lower and could potentially be a deal breaker for some deals, right? Also what Annan here was talking about, who are you going to sell this product to? I mean, what's your revenue stream, right? There's a lot of interest in this space, right? But by the end of the day, the investors want their money back plus a return, right? And that means that whatever you're making, you need to be able to sell it to somebody. And what's the structure of that commitment, right? Is it just a handshake? Or do you have your sort of offtake for your product buttoned up in a way that an investor can take confidence that you're actually going to get paid? And who is that buyer, right? Do they have the deep pockets to actually stand by their commitment or not? So these are all things that also OCED in this stage is going to be looking at when you fill your financial and economic viability section of your application. We don't expect you to be at a project finance level, right? Because these are first-of-a-kind projects. But we're going to look at the same themes, right? And depending on how strong you are in each of those categories, our reviewers are going to grade you accordingly. So let me switch a little bit to the next question. I think we touched upon this to a certain extent. Is how do you guys see the outside market evolving? you know, in terms of what you've seen before, what's happening now, what the outlook is with sort of the new outcome of the election. How do you see sort of the market reacting to that, and sort of what are sort of the trends that you guys are seeing? Want to start with Richard again? Does that work? Or do you need this one?
So this is pretty interesting. I spent most of my career financing projects in the commercial bank market. And typically a well-structured project financing, you know, in a technology that is like wind or solar or batteries, where it's well known and functioning, and you've got all the commercial elements that I've talked about in terms of revenue, EPC, lockdown. You're looking at pricing around about, I don't know, SOFR plus 175 basis points or SOFR plus 200 basis points for a very, very well-structured project. For something like carbon capture, even if it's really, really well-structured, obviously you have the technology risk, which we would term more as a scaling risk rather than a technology risk, because the technology's been around for, since the 1930s, as I understand it. So it's well known, and we have a pilot project where we're testing out certain amine solution and where bankers could come in, but we would still expect bankers to charge us a premium, and that is mostly a function of the fact that in my estimation, there's maybe like 10, 11, 12 banks that are focused on this space. So for a big project in which you're looking for, upwards of $1.5 billion, you really need every single one of these banks to play in your loan. So and I would say in the commercial bank market, I would say some of the European banks specifically are very well geared to assessing this. They have repurposed a lot of their natural resources bankers to basically cover this space. And they are very, very excited and very, very interested as to what we are doing at Calpine in particular. We've had lots of advanced conversations with them, and I feel that there is a path to a market for at least the first kind of CCS retrofit project. But the pricing yet to be determined. The amount of leverage yet to be determined. Obviously those are the points of negotiation that we'll have to undertake in the next few months or so, once we've got the rest of the project wrapped up.
So I think it's fair to say shaky ground is where we see a lot of the market. I think we all know that feeling currently. I'll speak to a lot of the portfolio private investment conversations we had leading the election and after it. It's just been a little wait and see, and it's going to continue to be that way for a period of time. So we were seeing that Q4, Q1, we would see more capital into the market, but in this space where we're at with administration, as far as what the direction was said to be, there's still some hesitancy of moving into this space, because we really look at distributed solutions more so than just a large-scale kind of partnership that Calpine, someone like that would do. One of the pieces in that I think was missed and not talked about enough was Denbury's acquisition by Exxon and what that's done to the CO2 market. And if what we're seeing and what we're watching for, if the IRA is affected, is the utilization market may outpace some of the conversations on the sequestration market just because of the permitting, as well as some of the other issues that might come up with pipeline availability, access. And I think that's a major shift, but I see it as a positive shift to allow you to think about diversifying your project. When we look at hydrogen, same idea. Are we going to push all this hydrogen towards blending towards ammonia, or are we going to leave some of that for the mobility market that we hope to develop in this space, in this region over time? So I would say that the market is going to continue to move forward. We're hearing funds being raised, focused on CCUS, focused on energy expansion and renewables. It's that money's still moving, funds are being built, but I think sitting on that capital is going to make the next 2 quarters a little frustrating, where the more OCED and those programs can support and move forward, the better off we'll be.
Thanks. Yeah, I think some of the last things you mentioned there in the LPO portfolio, I think we're starting to see that. So LPO focuses, the tagline is a bridge to bankability. So we're focusing on technologies and projects that are demonstrated, but they're technology readiness level 8 or 9. They're still new, as in they're the first kind of a kind in the US, or the second, or maybe the third. So we're looking for these projects that are green, that fit in the eligibility criteria, and at the same time are difficult to commercially finance. Right? And to answer or to address your question, what I would talk about is, so where do we see carbon management now in this portfolio of LPO projects? And so far, there isn't a single closed loan that involves carbon capture. We're close in the sense that there are 2 that have conditional commitment. That's Wabash in Indiana and GEVO. Conditional commitment meaning that there is a loan agreement that's signed. It has conditions precedent that are not met. Right? Usually, projects don't stay in that interim stage very long, so we are optimistic that we'll soon get to closed loans. Then, if we look at the portfolio that's not yet at conditional commitment, we're not talking about that portfolio in any detail, but I'm comfortable telling you that there are more than 10 loans, or projects, I should say, that are being assessed in the process that starts all the way from application through due diligence that involve carbon capture. The 2 projects that are in conditional commitment, what they have in common is that they're not pure carbon capture projects, right? They're projects that make a renewable or sustainable or low-carbon product, and as they do it, also do carbon capture. So they're not pure carbon capture projects. And I can also say that that's mostly true of those more than 10 that are in the portfolio. The total number of projects in the portfolio is around 250 or so. Many of those will never come out, but they'll simply never make it through due diligence. But so you can say that about 5% of what's, a little bit more than 5% of what's in that hopper, if I can call it that, involves carbon capture. So that's still very, in my opinion, very little. So I think as far as LPO is concerned, we're starting to see it coming. We see some of the trends you're talking about. Hydrogen goes a lot to ammonia, but there are projects that think about hydrogen straight to advanced transportation. Carbon capture and utilization, we're starting to see that. So we see these trends, but it's going to take, of course, many years.
Thank you.
There's a couple of perspectives that I would share. There's no shortage of interest from investors in the carbon capture space. If you believe in climate change and you believe that climate change is caused by excess CO2 emissions, carbon capture has to be a part of the solution. In the processes and deals that we've run for capital raises or M&A transactions around the space, we've had no shortage of interest from strategics and institutional investors, meaning venture capital, growth equity, private equity, and infrastructure. Sometimes 20, 30, 50 investors participate in a process. I would say in the last week, we've had conversations with the largest strategics, some of the big oil and gas companies and some of the largest investors in energy and energy transition. And there's real trepidation around the potential outcomes after the election. Many participants in the space have viewed the Republican sweep of the Congress and the White House as a bit of an edge scenario and potential disruption to the status quo. I think there'll be some investors who will remain or who will go to the sideline until they just get better visibility of the new administration's plan. There are others who feel very, very confident. Generally, we found in our conversations with strategics that all of the strategics felt like the election has no impact and it's business as usual. And so I do think we'll see some bifurcation of participants in processes over the next few months, and that'll increase as the uncertainty dissipates. But overall, as a theme, carbon capture remains very, very high on the list. as compared to other sectors like renewables or batteries, there's been very, very little investment in the space. And the return profile of carbon capture is extremely attractive as compared to those sectors and some others.
Thanks for that. And maybe sharing a little bit of my own personal experience coming from the oil industry and from interfacing with a number of industrial customers. I mean, there are some industries, and I would include the oil industry in this group, that they know that sooner or later reducing carbon footprint is going to be inevitable. And I was with Shell for many years, and even like 20 years ago, Shell was already talking about carbon capture as a potential thing that they would need to do to earn the right to do business. There's also what we call the hard-to-abate industrial facilities, the steel, the concrete, that they see that in the long term, they're going to have to figure out a way to reduce the carbon footprint. Politics goes back and forth, and technology does not evolve in a straight line. But these companies that are sort of long-term focused, they typically continue progressing with those plans, right? They may accelerate or they may slow down depending on the environment and their calculations. So there's some short-term volatility on how hard they will press the gas pedal. But eventually, all these industries know that sooner or later they're going to have to address this, and they have a strong incentive to keep these projects alive in a certain form or fashion. With that, I'm going to open this up to the floor. So, John, if you can help me, maybe.
Thank you very much. I'm Joe Tondo with Tondo Corp. I have a question for your opinions on what the investors in these carbon capture projects are going to be looking for in terms of unlevered ROIs for this large market that people are looking at. So and it's not what people have offered, it's what you think they're going to require, or where would we attract their attention?
From our experience, we're seeing that in carbon capture, that a 20% unlevered IRR is really a starting point, because the expectation is the due diligence is going to push that down the scale. That's not to say that low teens has an opportunity to move in that space, but what we've heard from investors, really in any energy expansion investment, is you need to bring it to us when you're going through your feed for FID considerations at a high teens to 20%, because our due diligence is going to knock it down at least 3 to 4 percentage points. So for us to have a mid-teens return on that, that's going to be our expectation.
I think I generally agree with that. I think some of this is also comparative. If you think about the return profile for renewables, it's probably sub 10% comfortably. On the other end of the spectrum would be E&P, which I think probably has a 25% rate of return expectation. I think for most carbon capture projects, investors are underwriting something like a 15% rate of return. It can be tighter, it can be higher, depending on the risk profile, whether some of that has to do with the commercial structure. Is it true take or pay? Are there investment grade counterparties? Is there technology risk? But we generally see carbon capture projects price at a 15% rate of return or so.
Bryce Freeman from MTR. We heard this morning there's going to be a number of projects, all first of a kind, for all intents and purposes, all risky. We've know that lenders don't like risk. Could you talk at all, is there a role for insurance among the parties? And if so, who should be holding policies to cap or manage or limit risk? And maybe if there is, could you talk about the quality of policies? Thanks.
I think there's a role for insurance, especially on the sequestration side of the equation. You know, we all know that there's leakage risk and clawback risk associated with sequestration. And the insurance market may, you know, this still has to be tested, may be able to write a policy that is cheaper than having the sequestrator assume that risk on their balance sheet. So I think it's basically, at the end of the day, you know, I would advocate internally that we run the cost of, you know, having the sequestrator bear that risk on their balance sheet, as opposed to getting a third party like an insurance company to underwrite it. So again, that's some commercial fine-tuning that has yet to occur.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, in some of these big risky projects, right, one of the key things that you need to get right is how do you allocate risk amongst the different participants in a way that each participant gets a piece of the risk that they're most comfortable with or most able to offset with other parts of their portfolio, right? And I think there's certainly a role to play for the insurance industry in this space. Same thing when you think about EPCs, right? I mean, do you ask an EPC for an EPC rep? Well, are you really asking the wrong person to take the wrong kind of risk, right? If you do too much of that, you don't have a lot of room for leakage of value, right? So that's one of the pieces that I think when you think about the big project that you absolutely need to get right in this space, because you don't have a lot of margin, right? I mean, with these kinds of return expectations that you have, you really need to get really good at allocating risk and having the right partners that are willing to take the different chunks of risk. Any other questions from the audience? Everybody wants to go to the bar? Any other questions? Okay, so before I give it back to Beth to wrap things up, I just want to thank you all for coming here. Thank the panelists. I think you guys provided really great insights. Just talking to you all, I was really humbled and impressed by the quality of people and projects that we have. So really looking forward to those applications coming in and sort of rolling up our sleeves and start looking for those. I'm really encouraged that we're gonna get some good projects out of this. So I appreciate it, and thank you all. Thank you, guys.
I think we had some slides for LPO, so those will be shared after this also. A lot of slides for LPO. Okay. All right. So we're going to close out now with some final remarks from Brian Mahar, who is the Deputy Director of Engagement for OCED. And then we have this space until 6 p.m., so if I don't want to stop anyone from networking, please feel free to stay, chat with OCED, chat with each other, and we're so grateful that you all were here today. So with that, I'll give it to Brian to close us out.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you, everyone. It's great to see my former LPO colleague Jan up here. Great resource. As Beth mentioned, I'm Deputy Director of Engagement at OCED, and I just, again, would like to thank everyone for being here and participating in this dialogue. As we bring this day to a close, I've got a few things I just want to briefly reflect on to close up what we've been talking about, and really to express our excitement for the work that we've been doing in carbon capture and the work that we intend to be doing in the future in this sector. My key takeaway, though, is this is a dynamic industry with a lot of opportunity. We discussed how point source carbon capture is pivotal for industries like electricity generation, cement production, and steel manufacturing. We talked about how direct air capture is an important tool in the toolbox to address emissions that are already in the atmosphere. And we heard a lot about exciting progress in technology efficiency, cost reductions, and scalability. And we had a great interactive activity to talk about how community benefits plans are really an important de-risking tool. But we're also facing challenges to large-scale demonstration and deployment. The industry is still trying to address challenges related to cost, energy requirements, integration with existing industrial processes, and large-scale infrastructure needs. Reducing these barriers is going to be essential to making carbon capture a bankable solution for end users' decarbonization needs. But that's the other piece I took away from today. We have the solutions and we have the ideas to help overcome these barriers. We have policy and incentives like 45Q that are critical for creating an economic pathway for carbon capture. This support is helping both emerging DAC and carbon capture projects overcome some of those initial financial and operational hurdles. And we heard a lot today about engagement, cooperation, partnerships across sectors, from technology developers and industrial companies to government bodies and community-led organizations. And that's making it possible to share knowledge, pool resources, and build the networks needed for widespread implementation. So that's my final takeaway. We need to work together, both public and private sector, to achieve these results. I'm excited because I'm seeing it in action here today. Continued collaboration, like what's happening in this room, is crucial to furthering this work. So as we wrap today, I again want to thank all of our panelists for their time, their insights, their enthusiasm, and for all the great insights. And I also want to thank our team for pulling this together, particularly for Beth. Thank you for getting us all together here today for this great event. I've been to a ton of events like this, and we have these great dialogues, and we're all excited about it. But then we go back to our offices and we kind of forget what we did. Let's not have this be one of those events. All right, so we've got this networking happy hour. Sorry, not happy hour. Can't say that. Don't be happy, be networking. That's why we're here. So we've got this here till 6. Network unhappily, but productively, because we're really excited about what we're doing here today. So thank you so much, and let's keep this conversation going.